Hello, hello. Welcome to the Beaker Show. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. We're going to get things started here. This is session 4, so just to catch you guys up. Sessions 0, sessions 0.5, 1, 2, maybe 3, I don't remember, I'll have to double check, are uploaded to our YouTube link. Exclamation point YT for YouTube in the chat can take you there if you guys want to catch up. Session 3 is still a VOD on the Twitch page, so if it's hasn't been uploaded to YouTube yet, you can always catch it there. I'll make sure it's posted before it gets deleted. But beyond that, welcome. Hope everybody's having a great day. Hello YouTube, hello Facebook, everybody that's watching, especially watching later. So we're going to jump in with our party. We're going to catch up. I'll give a little backstory about what happened last time. We'll chill, relax, we'll catch up with everybody, see what's going on in the world of Neverwinter and the town of Phandalin. So sit back, relax, listen to some chill vibes. We'll get things rolling. So give me just a moment. We'll bring the characters in. All right. You guys ready to go?
All right.
Yep.
All right, so a little bit of background just to get everybody caught up so we know what's going on. So last time we saw our adventurers, they had split off in the town of Phandalin after rummaging around, buying some things, buying some interesting bags, making some unique choices, finding out more about the town. We had 4 of our party, 3 of our party. 1, 2.
Oh, it was 4.
Yeah, 4 of our party decided to go ahead and make their way over to Gnomengrad, following up on a quest board post from Townmaster Harbin to try and find some items from some neighboring rock gnomes. See what if they could procure anything that might help the town with their dragon problem, anything defensive or anything to help them out. However, one of our party, Raggar, our rogue, decided to stay around town. He wanted to kind of get the scoop on some things, see what he could find out, see what he could figure out, just kind of talking to people around the town, snooping about our townmaster, seeing things that were going on. That's pretty much where we left Raggar, so we'll start with his story in just a few minutes, catch you guys up on that. However, the rest of our party did make their way to Gnomengrad. They were introduced to a couple rock gnomes, made their way through the fortress, found out that the kings of Gnomengrad were currently holed up, one of them suffering some sort of temporary insanity that the village was trying to cure in whatever means necessary. Our adventurers made it to him, discovered that the cause of this was some creature that had attacked his husband, had sent him into a fit, trying to keep his husband safe, was also the main cause behind a couple of disappearances of other gnomes in Gnomengrad, presumably eaten or killed in some way, given the creatures. Our party decided to go ahead and take on the task, see if they could figure out what this creature was, maybe help rid Gnomengrad of it. That being the case, they made their way to the storeroom, which was the last known location. Upon entering the storeroom, casting some detect magic, getting into a little bit of combat, they were able to determine that the creature or creatures that were causing this uproar were a pair of mimics. Unfortunately, they did not have their roguish friend with his tactics of discovering mimics, and quite quickly became stuck. And in some pretty intense combat with one of them, a second one appearing towards the later date, later on in the battle, they were able to take care of both of the mimics after quite a battle. I'm pretty sure multiple unconsciousnesses were involved, quite a bit of damage splashed around, but overall in the end they were able to overcome and take down the 2 mimics, and that's pretty much where we left them off, so we'll pick up with them here in just a little bit. So that being said, we're going to jump hold on. Excuse me. We're going to jump back over to the town of Fandolin, where our friend Raggar is currently scoping out the town hall, seeing what he can pick up there. So, that being said, last time we left off, you had made a perception check to see if anything interesting was happening. It was about that perception check was about the time the party was coming up to the entrance of Gnomengrad. So, you'll have a couple hours here to yourself. We'll do another perception check, see what you see what's going on. So, we'll go ahead and jump right on into that. So, Raggar, if you wouldn't mind getting us kicked off, as you're watching the Townmaster's Hall, if you could go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay. 11.
Cool. So, at this time, you don't catch a whole lot going on with the Townmaster's Hall itself. Nothing really out of the ordinary, nothing really catching your attention there. However, you can hear off in the distance, maybe a little bit south of you, down one of the main roads towards I believe that's the Miners' Trail that comes into the town from the south. You can hear a little bit of commotion. Maybe some villagers are getting into something. Nothing too discerning at the moment, but there's definitely something going on down that way. So I'll go ahead and let you take it from here if you'd like to investigate further. If you'd just like to hang out where you're at and keep an eye on the Townmaster's Hall, just let me know.
Okay. Can I, while keeping that in mind, sort of try to make my way that direction, but the long way? I want to walk around the back of the Townmaster's Hall, see if I can notice anything like out of the ordinary. I know it's just a building, but anything strange?
Sure. So you're going to make your way east around the back side of the hall while heading to the south. Cool. Easy enough to do. As you're going around the Townmaster's Hall, if you'd like, you can make an investigation check. See if you are able to spot anything abnormal.
Okay. That is a 8.
8? Okay. As far as you can gather, everything pretty much looks the same. You did a once around earlier in the day. Everything's pretty much the same. There's no real windows, no real avenues into the building. Don't really hear anything of note inside. Nothing, no loud noises, nothing like that. As far as you can gather, Harbin's probably in there doing paperwork or whatever it is that a townmaster does that nobody really impedes on that much. Nobody coming in, nobody coming out.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just go ahead and make my way towards the commotion, see what's going on.
Cool. So as you are approaching the trail kind of south of town, right along the border, so you can kind of see, just because you've scoped out the town and it's something that you're interested in, you know that this is right around the entrance, so right about where the previous wall had been built. There was a space in it that allowed a trail originally, which is a trail that they have adopted and still use. That's kind of where you're headed, 'cause that's where the sounds are coming from. As you approach, if you could make one more perception check for me. Alright, looks like a 12. Alright, good enough. So, as you get closer, you can see coming through that small entrance in the old stone wall, there's about...
Sorry, I was muted.
That's right. There's about 3 or 4 male individuals, male commoners, with ragtag implements in their hands, pitchforks, knives, things of that nature, that look to be standing their ground in some way at this opening, and from amongst them you can also catch there's at least one woman and making her way with a child in her arms, just running north into town. She's not screaming, but she definitely looks like she's frightened. There's something going on down there that has gotten this group particularly riled at the moment.
So just so I understand, the woman's running from the group, or she's
yes, yep,
of the group?
Yep. So the 3 men that are standing there are looking to the south through that down, basically looking south down the trail that goes outside of town. and the female has come from amongst them. They've let her pass. She's running north into town, assumingly probably to get away from whatever these gentlemen are looking at.
Okay, I'm gonna. I guess as I'm walking by, see if I look and see anything, like if she's wounded or, I don't know, not in tip-top shape.
Okay. Best you can tell from her, as she kind of runs, as you're headed towards her and she runs by you, you weren't necessarily on the trail, you were making your way around. You can see that in general, she looks all right. Maybe a little dirt on her face. You can see that her clothes are a little ruffled. No tears, no scrapes, no cuts, nothing that would really tell you like she had been attacked or anything of that nature necessarily. But definitely disheveled and in quite a hurry to get away from that area.
Okay, I'm gonna, I guess, just let her pass, and I mean not let her pass, but walk past her and walk up to the guys with pitchforks and ask them what's going on.
Okay. As you approach, if you could just make a stealth check for me.
Yep. Wow, my rolls are terrible today. 13.
All right, so at this moment, as you're approaching these gentlemen, you get within probably about 15, 20 feet. You've made your way out of the cover of the houses, so they're not really blocking your view. But being as your roguish nature, you're kind of keeping to the side. They do not notice you as you approach from behind. However, you do see in front of them a small pack of orcs that is currently making their way towards these gentlemen that are holding their ground at the town entrance. You can see that there are about 4 of them. Each of them are holding a great axe, and they're not walking, but they're definitely hurriedly making their way towards the town.
Do they look like, well, I don't know if I know this or not, but like the expression on their face, is it like battle ready, or are they like frightened, or?
They look grumpy, and you can see that at least one of them is shouting something. If you'd like to make a perception check, you can see if you hear it or not.
Okay. Hey, 19.
Awesome. So, from the voice of the orc that is the farthest ahead, they're all pretty clumped together, but the one that's closest, you can hear him shouting to the men. We've come to take this town in the name of Talos. You will not stand against us. As they are increasing their pace towards the men, they're probably about 20 to 25 feet away from these gentlemen at the entrance, and they're standing true. They're not happy to see orcs coming at their town in this nature.
Okay. Do I see is there any, like, what's the ground around me look like? Is it like dirt? Is it stone?
It's mostly dirt and grass. You can see where the gentlemen are standing is right in line with the old stone wall, which is probably, given that it's pretty dilapidated and crumbled, is maybe 5 to 6 feet high in some places at most.
Okay. I'd like to tell the men to back up, and then simultaneously, like, if they listen, like to use mold earth to try and shift the wall in a way that sort of closes the entrance.
Okay. As you shout this, let's see. Unfortunately, they don't react at all. Either they can't hear you, or they're just too focused on what's coming their way. You see that they don't really react to your shouting. They're just kind of gathering themselves and stepping forward a little bit. Like they look like they're ready to defend this opening.
Okay. I guess in that case, seeing that I wouldn't cast mold earth, I want to try and climb up on the wall.
Okay, so you're gonna go up next to where the men are.
Yeah, and try and get on top of the wall.
Okay, just go ahead and make an acrobatics check for me, or athletics. Sorry.
Athletics. That is a 22.
Okay, easy enough. You make your way to the wall. You are able to get on top of it. So you're probably about 5 feet away, 5 to 10 feet away from the men. They're on your right hand side as you're looking out. The orcs at this point have made their way about 10 to 15 feet away from the men. You can hear the leader is still shouting, "Stand down, or we will eat all of you." Which the men
so
reply.
I hear him say that?
Yep.
And he's saying that in common, right? So I understand.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to shout out to him. What do you mean, eat all of us?
Said, "You will be fed to the anchorites and to Talos and Gorthok, his follower."
Well, I didn't draw my weapon, did I? I was merely climbing up here to see what the commotion was about.
You're asking the orcs, right?
Yeah, I'm saying this to you.
Gotcha. And he just looks at you and says, "We don't care. We were sent by Talos and Gorthok to claim this town. All who stand in this town will die, or will pledge their allegiance to Talos." And you can see the men are kind of replying. Just they're holding their ground. They're not really shouting back, but one of them kind of steps forward and says, "You will never enter our town."
I agree, and pull out my bow.
All right, go ahead and roll initiative for me.
Okay. I roll a 7.
Not the orcs. Oh.
All right, so 1, 2, 3. Raggar. Okay, so go ahead and jump into it. At this point, you see that the head orc he's on a mission, man. He's ready to go. So he begins running up to the male villager on the left hand side and just raises his great axe and takes a swing. However, seeing this coming, the villager is able to sidestep it and avoids the swing from this orc, which will actually bring us to that villager's turn. So in retaliation, you see that this villager actually has a knife, just a small knife, like a kitchen knife, nothing like, not a sword or any really martial weapon of that nature. Just takes a slash at the orc. Very unhappy that he's trying to come into their town and is very openly attacking him. He will... The aim's just a little off. He also misses. It just kind of hits his shoulder plate and bounces off, which will bring us to orc number 2. So you see a second orc. They're pretty much just squaring off at this point, 4v4, not paying you a whole lot of mind. The second orc walks up to the next man in line and just takes a swing as well. That one, he does find purchase on this villager, and you watch as this villager takes a nice cut along his chest. He's still standing, but he's looking pretty bad, as that villager now is going to react with his pitchfork and attempt to stab the orc. And he does. He manages to get a good hit on him. 6 points of damage. And you notice that he's able to stab the orc in the side with the pitchfork and pulls it out, and there's some blood on it. He's very clearly in this, and he's very focused.
Go, villager.
Next, you see a third orc of the 4 has made his way to the next villager in line, and he is also going to take a swing. He also finds purchase on this villager, so he manages to get him in the shoulder, a little more damaging than the first. You can see that this villager is having a tough time standing at this point. He's not looking so great. But he, in turn, will also react. He also has a small kitchen utensil. Looks like a knife. It's going to take a swing as well. Unfortunately, he does not find purchase on this orc. He goes to stab him, and the blade hits the orc's leather armor. He just didn't have enough force to get anything through. So at that point, that will bring us to your turn, Raggar. as there is
Okay.
one orc and one villager that have not met up yet.
So how far away am I from the? You said the wall's like 5 feet or 6 feet tall.
Yeah,
That
so
I'm
you're
standing on?
where you're at. You're probably about 5 feet in the air. The men and the four men are about 10 within a range of 10 to 20 feet to your right. The first three orcs are on the outer edge of that. The last orc that has not made it up yet is probably about 10 to 15 feet ahead of you down the trail still, making his way
All
up.
right. All right, I'd like to draw my short bow and take a shot on the orc that is the closest to this line of men guarding the town.
Okay, so there are three that are involved in combat, and there's one that's not. Are you just shooting the one that's closest?
One of the three, they're basically involved in combat with the men.
Okay, so looking to your right, they're pretty much right in a line. So there's 1, 2, 3 right in a row from you. Or you want to take a shot at the closest one?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, go ahead and roll an attack then.
All right, so rolled a 21.
That will hit.
Okay, 6 plus 5, 11 plus 3, so 14.
14. Okay, fair enough. You get a good shot on this one, and you watch as the arrow pierces his side, and it goes very, very deep into his body, and he just starts to crumble over, and you can just hear him gurgling. He just falls on the ground, gone.
Okay, as a bonus action, I'd like to telekinetically shove the next orc in the line and attempt to shove him into the other orc.
Okay.
It's a DC 15 strength saving throw.
Yeah, 14. What is his strength? Okay, he does succeed. So
Okay,
you
and that,
attempt
I'm
to
gonna-
use telekinetics, and he just kind of feels it and just kind of looks around, but continues his assault on the villager.
yeah, I should know better against orcs. So, I'm going to go ahead and I'd like to set up a reaction that if one of the orcs attempts to climb the wall, then I'm going to try and basically kick him off the wall if he tries to climb up at me.
Okay, so you're gonna hold where you're at.
Yep, and that's it.
Okay, fair enough. Anything else?
Nope.
All right, so following you, you do see the fourth and final orc makes his way up to the villager that's closest to you, and so now this would also make this the closest orc to you, within about 5 or 6 feet from you, and he's going to take a swing at the villager, and he is going to deal. Oh man. You see as he brings his great axe down and just kind of cleaves into the shoulder of this villager. His axe goes pretty deep. As he yanks it out, you can see blood is kind of spurting from this villager's side, and he's gone down to a knee. He's really, really not looking good. That villager, however, will try and lash out as best he can with the implement that he has, which just kind of looks like a scythe, like he was out in the wheat fields. And that is sickle, scythe, same difference.
Yeah. A sickle's just a shorter-handed scythe.
Yeah.
So.
But given his current state, he is unable to make contact. He just kind of slashes at the air as he's on his way to the ground. Doesn't find any purchase in the orc. So that will bring us back up to the top, which our first orc is going to just continue his assault on the villager farthest from you. This time he does make purchase with his great axe on this villager. And you see as another villager is brought to his knees. He still seems to be conscious, he's still aware, and he's able to take another slash out with his knife. He catches the orc in the knee, dealing a little bit of damage to it. You can see the orc is not very happy. You can hear him grunt in pain as this knife just kind of makes its way and grazes through his knee. At which point, just going down the line, the next orc is going to take another hit on the villager that he did make contact with the first time. The villager, being aware, though, is able to dodge it. So he just takes his great axe and swings it over his head at the villager and kind of sidesteps. Is able to keep his purchase here, and retaliates as well, trying to strike the orc back. Man, talk about rolls. And misses. He is thrown off balance enough that he's just having a hard time connecting.
These are some pretty invasive villagers.
Oh, I wish I stayed in the village now. I missed a battle with the orcs.
At that point, the villager whose orc has fallen is going to turn to that second orc and just try and assist on the assault there. And it's going to take a stab at him. He does manage to hit. So he manages to...
If only I could be there to distract a bunch of orcs again.
Yeah. Manages to make a pretty decent gouge in the side of this orc, and you see it's grunting still, and it's looking pretty beat up. You know, he's bleeding, but he's holding still. He's ready to go with this great axe, which will bring us back to your turn, Raggar.
Okay. So the first one that I hit is still alive, correct?
No, he's gone. There are 3 orcs
okay,
remaining.
He died, sorry. All right, I'm gonna aim at the. Where is the villager that is looks the most wounded?
Both the so both the first and fourth villagers are basically on the ground on their knees. So that's the villager that's farthest from you, and the villager that's closest to you. So the 2 on the outside are both pretty much have taken a knee and are just wildly slashing as best they can.
Okay, I'm gonna draw another shot and fire at the next orc closest to me in front of one of the villagers who's taking a knee, the one who's closest.
Okay, yeah, that's right next to you, probably about 6 to 8 feet. So you won't have.
Okay, sorry, I thought he was farther away than that.
Gotcha. No, they are right next to you.
Okay, I'm gonna drop my bow and pull out my dagger, and I'm gonna go at the closest one to me.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one that's right in front of a kneeling villager. So go ahead and roll an attack for me then.
21.
That will hit.
Okay. 9 plus 5, so 14 again.
You got it. So you managed to get your way up to this orc pretty easily. You step down from the stone wall, the crumbling stone wall, and you just take your dagger and you just make a nice, almost clean precision into his side, and you watch as he just starts to bleed out and crumples and just falls to the ground, and he is out.
I'm gonna let out. Take this town, will you? I don't think so. Yeah, and then that ends my turn.
Gotcha. And then at that, you see the villager that was closest to you on his knee just kind of looks at you and says, "Thank you. I appreciate it." And he just starts to, as best he can, get up and start hobbling back towards the town, away from the scuffle as best he can right now, because he is very heavily injured. He's really not looking well. And that will bring us up to the first orc again, so that's the one farthest from you, who is just going to continue his assault. He's going to take another swing at the villager in front of him. Lucky roll. Given that he just took a stab, he's a little off balance, swings a little high, goes over the head of the villager, who's able to duck just in time, even from his kneeling position, and keep his head. At which point he'll retaliate again with his knife from the ground. Wow, even with disadvantage, he manages to find purchase again in the other knee. Just working on this orc as best he can. Gets a couple points of damage in.
These villagers would have made fine soldiers.
Seriously.
You get the sense that they might be used to this kind of thing. Okay, so that will bring us to the next orc in line, who is he's set up. He's just taking another swing at the villager in front of him. Not too worried about the one that came around and tried to hit him, and that is certainly not going to hit. He takes another swing as well. They're not really in the mode. This villager is quite crafty. He's still got a good amount of health. He's able to dodge, just stepping to the side, pushing the axe as it comes by him to avoid the attack. And this villager himself goes to make another attack at the orc as well. Does manage to find purchase. Kind of gets him in the neck. You see it opens up a nice flesh wound where the orc is now bleeding from the neck a little bit, and that orc is starting to not look really good. He's stumbling a little bit. That will bring us to the next villager in line, who, seeing this opportunity, is going to take a swipe at that orc as well, and manages to find purchase. So this villager, I forget what implement he had. I totally forgot. Pitchfork, I think.
You said they had pitchforks.
Yeah, we'll go with it. He had a pitchfork. Seeing the now open wound on the side, just takes his pitchfork and jams it in there as best he can, and just starts to twist it. And you watch as this orc just gargles, and blood starts pouring from his neck as he falls to the ground.
Jesus.
Out. And that will bring us back to your turn, Raggar, with one orc remaining.
How close is the orc to one of my allies?
Right on top of him. Because
Okay.
this is the one that's the other villager that was kneeling on the ground, the one farthest from you. He's right over top, raising his great axe to go at him again.
Okay, so I have a technical question. With my flask of endless water, technically when I use it, I have to use a bonus action to aim it, but if I'm point blank, do I still have to aim it?
Yeah, you would roll like a ranged attack, but I'd give you advantage on it if you're right next to him.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm gonna walk up to him, and as I walk up, I'm gonna use I'm gonna telekinetically shove him, attempt to.
Okay.
And then see what happens.
That was a strength save. Well, I'll tell you right now, he got a 5, so he's definitely getting shoved.
Okay. So as he gets shoved backwards, I'm going to attack him.
Okay. So you see as this orc, you shove him off of the villager, and he's stumbling backwards, and you go in for an attack. So go ahead and roll.
I roll a nat 1 plus 7.
Oof.
Oh.
You go to make a swing, but given the force of your shove, you're just a little bit short on trying to reach him. Unfortunately, you stumble and manage to find absolutely no purchase.
Okay.
So with that, go ahead.
And that ends my turn.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Awesome. So at this point, it's the last villager, and he's continuing to make his way back towards town, getting as far back as he can at this point. So we'll come back to the top with the orc that you shoved. He is now very aware of your presence. Is going to go ahead and take a swing at you with his great axe.
Okay.
And that will be a 18 to hit.
That hits.
You will take... Wow, they've been rolling really low. You will take 4 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And that'll bring us back to Villager 1, who, seeing a bit of an opportunity with this off-balance orc, is going to take his knife and attempt to throw it from his kneeling position. And it goes wide. You watch as he takes this kitchen knife and just, as best he can with what remaining strength, just kind of gives it a toss. Didn't really have a whole lot of purchase and not a whole lot of strength behind it. You watch as the knife just kind of bounces off the side of this orc, who really pays it no mind. Which will bring us to the next villager, villager number 2, who is... what's his movement? Yeah, he's close enough. He's going to run up with his pitchfork and try and take a stab at this orc as well. Swing and a miss. He, as well, is just... Given the commotion, what's going on, he just falls a little bit short as the orc is still trying to find his footing. Last one is Villager 3, who's also looking pretty rough. He's going to start making his way back north as well, kind of removing himself. Trying to grab Villager 1 on his way out, try and drag him back into town a little bit. Which will bring us back to your turn.
So I'd like to go ahead and, sort of frustrated for my first failure, such an epic, well, epic in my mind anyways, play. I'd like to just go ahead and straight up attack this orc that's in front of me.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm just saying. All right.
So I roll a nat 20 plus 7.
Alrighty, go ahead and roll that damage.
4 plus 3 plus 5. I guess it rolled the crit damage for me. So 12. And is he within 5 feet of an ally of mine?
Not really, not anymore.
Okay, so he takes 12 damage.
Alrighty. Given that this was the leader of the orcs, he looked a little more beefy than the other ones. You manage to find purchase. And how would you like to do this? How would you like to finish off the final orc?
I would like to, as I'm like walking up to him, like telekinetically shove him to like kind of knock him off balance, then just like stab him multiple times in the chest and then slit his throat and turn my back.
You got it. So you walk up to this orc, you use your telekinetic, you stab it, you shove him back, you just take your dagger and finding purchase in his chest, just massacring, opening up wounds, taking one final swipe at his throat. You watch his blood pours out and you just turn around and start walking back towards the villagers.
Can I check to see if they're okay? If any of them need aid, like, I mean, they got pretty beat up.
Yeah, you can make a medicine check if you'd like.
Okay. I just don't have anything. Oh, yeah. I'm only 15.
Okay. You can tell that the two villagers that were on the outside, so the two that went down to their knees, they're still with you, they're still conscious, but they are barely hanging on. They are not doing very well. You should probably get them somewhere soon. The two villagers in the middle, however, they're looking pretty beat up, but they're able to stand, and they're currently in the process of helping the other two villagers to their feet to try and take them back into town. As one of the middle one just looks at you and says, "Thank you. We need all the help we can get. Those orcs, they from time to time they come in and just try and take what they want when they can. We've fended them off most of the time, but they're getting more reckless and sending more of them at a time lately."
I'm gonna at this point take out of my backpack 2 potions of healing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I can hand it to the ones that are unconscious, but if I can't, then like feed it to them.
To
each one.
Yeah, they're still conscious, so
Okay.
you're able to hand it to them.
Okay, so give 1 to each of them so they can recover a little bit.
Okay, I'll just roll for them here. 2d4 plus 2. 3, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I'll just give them both. They both get 9 back. Easy enough.
And then turn to the guy who just said that they're coming, they're getting worse and worse, and say, well, why don't we show them that we're no one to mess with, and why don't we take those bodies out front and put them up on stakes?
Well, you're more than welcome to do that, but I don't know that we have the strength. I mean, we could ask around if anybody else can help you out, but we're
Has
pretty
anybody
tired.
else noticed like what's going on?
Not really. At this time of day, most people are either at the mines or are off doing their own business. You can see that there are a couple more men that are making their way down, kind of following the path that you did. They're coming from the center of town. They're in a hurry, but beyond that, that's about all you see at the moment. So,
Okay, I'd like to take like the next hour to take the. Well, actually, first of all, I want to check these orcs to see if they have any loot on them or anything useful.
okay. Let's see, y'all. Among the 4 bodies, you find 2 pieces of copper, 1 piece of silver, and 1 piece of gold.
Okay. And then I'd like to spend like the next, I guess maybe like hour or so picking up the bodies and sort of fashioning them in a sort of a scarecrow fashion. Sort of like the way that you see like in, I don't know, like not a horror movie, but like basically like a warning. That's the way I want to stake these bodies.
Okay.
Not like right outside the entrance of the town, but like I could like like 30, 35 feet, so that they're not close enough to like rot and like cause disease and be a health issue, but like far enough away that they get warning.
Okay. So I'll have you make a couple checks to see how easy and time consuming this is. So the first one, go ahead and make an investigation check to try and find some resources to stabilize them.
Okay, 12.
Okay, so it probably takes you like a good 30 or 40 minutes to find some stable, logs, spires, things of that nature that would hold the weight. Second check for me, and I'll give you advantage with this, given the new men that have come down are willing to help you. Go ahead and make a strength check with advantage as you guys try and lift these bodies up and stabilize them on this.
Well, 10.
Okay, so you're able to do it, but it's going to take you a little more than an hour. You're probably looking at like, in total with finding all the materials and getting them staked up, you're probably coming on closer to like a 2-hour job.
Okay.
but you're
Also,
able to
while
do it.
I'm in this process, I want to recover my bow.
Yep, easy enough.
That I dropped.
Yeah, while you're out gathering up some materials, you're able to stop by and just pick it up, put it back on yourself. Pretty easy. Yeah, so that'll keep you occupied for a little bit. Is there anything else you want to try and do during? Otherwise, we'll jump back over to the other half.
Not during. I mean, if I have extra time, I do want to try to see if there's any way I can fix the wall.
Okay. Yeah, we'll jump back to you then, because this is probably,
Okay.
for the time for you to work on that, by the time you'd be done, is probably about around the same time that the rest of the party would be finished with the mimics. So,
Yep.
I am actually going to take just a quick 30-second break, because I really have to pee. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back as well.
All right. So,
He said he'd be right back also, really quick.
yeah, no worries. We're jumping over to you guys anyways, so he has plenty of time. So, let me just...
do things.
Yeah.
Oh boy. we missed out on the orcs.
Let's jump back here. So you guys made it in, and I forgot to write...
The last time, so I
Right
mean, you know.
Alright, sorry, I was just trying to find the name of the gnome that you guys were working with, and it was Orin. Awesome. So, you guys make your way back.
Oh, that
Alright.
was
Take
interesting.
it away.
I'm not sure that's the word I'd use to describe this event, but I suppose it'll do.
Everything hurts.
That I can agree with.
Pain is warranted.
Well, thank you for the save, guys. I almost got killed back there. Man.
Going to wash my armor off at some point.
Yeah, I need to repair my armor sometime soon.
Armor. If only.
Hey, that's what the skill mending's for, at least.
We certain there aren't any more in here.
If you would be so kind, she says, gesturing to some of the acid holes that were and teeth marks kind of burned into her clothes.
I say, hey, give me a sec. Let me get behind one of you. I have like 4 health, so I don't want to get murked right away.
At this point, you guys hear your friend Orin, who had led you here, is making his way back in. Oi, you guys, is that all of them? Did you kill them all? Is there more?
We aren't exactly sure yet. As he turns to Valeria.
All
I can
right.
check, should we need to.
Well, I'll wait out in the hall for you. Let me know.
Yes, let us...
You're not gonna help us check.
No. I watch the gate, not creatures. That's a little beyond me. I wouldn't even know where to start. And judging by what I saw, about the only thing I could do is walk up and touch them. And I don't think that's a good idea.
Very well. I'd like to cast Detect Magic on Ritual. I'd rather you all come with me for this. None of us are in the best state of affairs.
Okay.
How long is that, out of character, how long is that ritual gonna take?
10 minutes, essentially.
Can we see about taking a short rest while she's doing this ritual?
Not in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That was worth asking. It's worth asking.
A short rest is an hour or more.
Yeah, I mean, you could sit down for a second, but you're not gonna get much out of it.
Okay, I just wanted to see.
So I got quite a few mushrooms from the freaking thing, right?
Yep. Yeah, you.
And I'm just like, oh god, I hate to waste these, but I reach into my pocket, just throwing mushrooms at each barrel.
Okay, so there's about 10 barrels left. Given that 2 of them ended up being mimics, and there were 12 to begin with, so you're just gonna reuse some of them, because I don't know that you got 10.
As long as they aren't sticking to the barrel, yeah, I'll
Okay, easy enough. So you pull one out, you just start making your way around the room. I'll say easy enough. Probably takes you about probably a good 9 to 10 minutes, about the same amount of time. Being careful not to step too close. As you throw a mushroom and collect it, throw a mushroom and collect it. Each time hitting the barrel and just bouncing off. It doesn't seem to stick to any of the remaining barrels in the room. And about this time, Valeria, your detect magic spell does come to fruition, and you can indeed confirm that within the confines of this room, at least, you detect no other magical presences.
Well then, at the very least, there's no other creature of the likes we just barely survived within this particular room.
Thanks the gods.
Oh, thank God. I don't think I can take another hit.
So you have a bad habit of finding yourself in rather unsavory positions.
I was trying to be in a supporting position, not a, oh, let me get raped by another one.
And as long as those mushrooms are still edible,
Well,
Yeah, you can pick them back up.
they do say that the road to the nether realms are paved with good intentions, not good results.
At this point, Orn comes walking back in the room. So, that was it then? You're good to go? You think that was all?
It is clear of all magical malfeasance.
Alright, well, that's
No thanks to my wardrobe.
well, I'm not one to judge. We don't care much for fashion around here. It's hard to really see what everybody's wearing anyways, but yeah, that's great news. I'm sure the Kings will be very happy with that. If you guys are certain, we could head back and let them know.
I'm going to be the last one out the door.
Okay. Everybody else, you guys following them back? You hanging out?
I'm gonna go back to the gallery.
Oh, yeah. I don't think anyone wants to stay in here any longer.
I think it pertinent to possibly take a bit of a rest before we confront these hysterical kings.
Well,
Once Orn gets out the door, I'm gonna take some of the food.
okay. It's just dry rations. There's like probably like 5 or 6 like actual rations. The rest of it is just like bags of flour and grain.
Okay. Anything I can cook with. I'm just taking anything that seems edible or whatnot.
Okay. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check for me.
Fine.
Okay. And make an investigation. Okay, so gathering what information you can based on what's around and swiping what you can on your way out the door, I'd say you're able to get probably about 4 dry rations. And you can pick up a bag of flour, but you don't manage to get it into your backpack before you step into the hallway.
Yeah.
Which Orn kind of turns around. You guys, are you all what do you... Is that a bag of flour?
Yeah,
What?
I was thinking about making eggs.
I mean, that's fine. All you had to do was ask. But all right, whatever. It's fine. I don't. This is beyond this. This was not in my job description. So whatever. Just make it quick. Let's go. You can tell that he's like, the fuck, bro, but doesn't really care.
Okay.
So you guys are
putting your hands where they don't belong. You know that.
Yeah.
So you guys are wanting to take a little rest before heading back?
That seems to be a quality that we have witnessed before.
Okay. So
Say I'm in favor. Yes, please.
all right. So speaking with Orn, he says, "Yeah, no, not a problem. I completely understand. Just yeah, follow me. Once we get back across the bridge, there's the barracks area. It's just a short ways from the king's chambers. You're welcome to stay there. Obviously, it's the middle of the day. You know, it's getting a little later on. You got a few hours before we need to use them, so you're welcome to them. He kind of guides you that way. Takes you up a set of. You guys cross back over the bridge. Back through in the same area where the inventors were. So with like the invention desks and the whirlies and the gizmos, there's a large staircase off to one side. He leads you up that. At this point, you're feeling you're probably like 30 or 40 feet above, and there's a little overlook there as well into the inventor's chamber. But it's a nice area. There's like 15-20 bedrolls set up, a couple fires, internal fires going, and some braziers. So it's a pretty comfortable area if you guys would like to take a nap there. Take a little rest.
I'm gonna take up
While
the
they're doing this, gonna start cooking again.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Because I'm at full health. I didn't get hit, so.
Yep. No worries.
Wow.
So we'll say over probably the next
Wonderful.
hour and a half or so, you'll be able to get some cooking done. Those of you that want to short rest, you can expend some hit dice.
Anyone who expends hit dice can also get a 1d8 from. Just have to let me know.
I think everyone here is actually going to take a short rest, probably.
Likely.
Yeah, what's everyone's health right now?
Running game.
Yeah, you're outside. You're outside of combat. You can share numbers.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
14 out of 56.
12.
You're welcome for that health potion, by the way.
It was quite helpful. Thank you.
Oh, it is just a pleasure.
Well, wait,
Is
give me
it?
a second. Let me check something.
Let's see. Do I want to expend 2 or 3?
Is this a short or long rest?
Short.
Okay.
When do you regain hit dice?
After a long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just expend all of them then.
Oh, jeez.
Valeria, you can get 1. From me, you also get 7.
Oh, nice. And then I need to roll 3d8. I don't intend on getting hit again, if possible.
Man, you guys really must have gotten messed up while I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Certainly. What did I get?
It would have been helpful to have the rogue.
Oh, Russ, I got messed up really bad.
Go ahead and roll. I'll use two hit die.
I
I'm
rolled
trying to
show up.
find something. Oh wait, it's over here. My fault.
Aiden, you also
I
get 7.
did 10, 17.
So I have to roll so I get 7 on top of my HP.
Yep. Yeah, he
Yes.
gives you an additional 7 healing.
Oh wait,
Okay.
I can't use that.
So that is 24. So I use 2 hit die
Ooh.
with my Constitution modifier.
19.
How do I use hit dice again?
If you're in Beyond, just go into, there should be a tab for short rest. And if not, you can just roll.
Tab for
Do you know what your hit die are? Is it a D8 or?
Actions, spells, inventory, features and traits, descriptions, notes,
At the
extras.
top.
Yeah, at the very top.
Short rests
Yep.
and long rest. Oh, okay.
So click short rest, and that should give you
Okay.
access to your hit dice.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just click a box for how many hit dice you'd like to use of what you have.
Okay.
Damn.
I'm gonna. So.
All right.
Make sure it actually applies though, because I've had issues where like you hit that and you tell it how many dice to roll and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it just did that for me, so I just manually rolled 2 d10s.
Alright, so I'm gonna do this for everyone. So I'm gonna
Pink, you also get 7.
7 what?
Additional hit
HP.
points
Oh, right now.
Yep.
Okay.
from Ixon.
So this. Okay. I'm gonna use Song of Rest twice.
Oh.
I believe you
Oh.
use it once, right?
Let me double check. Song of Rest. If you or any floating creature who hears you perform regains hit points at the end of the short rest by spending 1 or more hit dice, each of those creatures regain an extra 1d6 hit points.
So you can use it once.
Yeah, you can use it
It
once.
says
That's
more hit dice, it says.
Yeah, you can use more than 1 hit die for it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna use 2.
you're gonna use 2 of your own hit dice to add to the
I mean,
rest.
I'm 4 in total, so why not?
Yep. Cool.
Wow, look at the bard actually being a bard.
Yeah.
Well,
Too
I rolled
bad I
right.
was not going to witness
Do I
that.
just click 2 of the boxes and then click take short rest?
Wait, so
Yep.
we all have to roll 2 more d10s, or?
Wait, do I have to roll
6.
it for us?
Oh,
Or do you
okay,
guys
D6,
have to
okay.
roll it? Wait,
How do you
I have a
wanna play
question.
that?
So, wait, no, I have a question. So it says, when I click on one box, it says 1d. Wait, bard, hit that. Wait, okay, yeah. So I click both of that. Do I just click short rest?
Yes.
Take short rest, and then,
Yep. Yeah. When you click the boxes, it should add the dice, and then short rest should roll them for you.
I don't know where to look actually. Wait, let me see. Yeah, I have no idea where it did it for me.
If you're talking about the short rest for like healing him automatically, Chris, it doesn't work right on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, it didn't do
You have to
anything.
manually roll them and add them to your health.
Okay, so it says 1d8 plus 2, but then when I add the second one, it says 2d8 plus 4.
Yeah. So your hit dice are d8s. So if you want to use 2 of them, then you'll roll 2 d8s.
But then I get a plus 4, it says.
Yes.
Yeah, it's because it's adding in your Constitution modifiers.
Yep.
Okay. So just do,
Just roll 2 d8s and then add plus 4 from your Constitution modifiers.
okay.
Forgot to continue adding spells.
I got a 7 and a 3, so I got 10.
And that's 14 then with
Yep.
your constitution.
14. Yay! I got 25 out of 35. And y'all, wait, does everyone's health goes based off of me, or is it everyone separately rolls for their health?
So you also want to use your bard skill to expend 2 more.
Huh? No, I'm
So
saying.
you use
does
2 to heal
everybody-
yourself.
So yeah, but it heals everybody, not just me. If you are any friendly creature who you can hear my performance regains, hit that, their hit points at the end of the short rest. So I use 2, but whoever hears it also can do it. Is what I'm thinking. I'm not sure if I'm thinking it correctly, but it says if anybody else hears
Okay,
it,
so-
they also-
Okay, so because you're doing it, you can roll 1d6, and then whatever you roll from that d6, everybody else that took a short rest gets to add.
So I rolled a 1d6 for them.
Yep, you'll
Yep.
roll a 1d6, and everybody that short rested will gain that much as well.
Twice. Since I
Nope, you
didn't
can only
choose-
do it once.
No. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. What's your charisma modifier?
+3.
Okay, so you can do it 3 times. My bad. Up to 3 times.
Wow.
No, now I'm a little confused with it.
Yep, sorry, I read it
No,
wrong.
no.
So you can use the feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. So your charisma modifier is a +3, so you can
so
use it
since-
3 times. But if you use all 3 right now, you can't do it again until you take a long rest. Because it basically has charges equal to your charisma modifier, and you don't get charges back until you take a long rest. Does that make sense?
But the amount of times I used it right now, is it based off of my hit dice that I
No,
chose?
nope. It is not based off how many hit dice you have. It's just an additional feature that you can use.
Okay, so I just roll the 1d6 right now.
Yep, so you've used 1 charge, and because your charisma modifier is 3, you technically have 2 more charges that you could use right now. Or you could save in case you guys take another short rest. But your charges for it will reset when you take a long rest.
Okay, guys, what do you think? Do you need 2, or do you just need 1?
I'm fine with just 1 because I'm at 38 right now. But I'm also the tankiest person here.
Yeah.
I had 31 from gaining 19, so I'm not that hurting at all.
I don't think Ixon took any damage during the fight.
Okay, so I don't think we're in any major threat. So I'll do I rolled once and I got a 5 on the 1d6.
Ew.
So everybody gets 5 more.
Yee.
I'll take
So
one
I just want to
next.
confirm, just so I'm because I'm still like tiny bit confused. So I did the short rest. I did the hit die. I did my own roll. It said 1d8 plus 2, but then since I did 2d8 plus 4, so that's my own separate thing. And then I also did Song of Rest, which is separate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, Song of Rest is separate. And we can go into more detail. I'll double check it and read it, but for right now, that's...
Oh, I had to spend 1 or more hit dice to activate it.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It only
that
works
makes-
when
that makes
you're...
more sense.
Yeah, it only
And
works
it-
when
it-
you're using a hit
It can
die.
work up to 3 times before a long rest. Okay, got it. Okay,
So
I got it.
Did Warren Lucas ground? Is he outside?
Yeah, he's actually...
Corvette
So
with
you
us?
can see that while there's a balcony that looks inside to the inventor's shop, there's also a balcony that leads to the outside. It's one of the ones you guys saw coming in. And he's currently, like, sitting out there smoking a pipe.
Okay. So for the short rest, I cooked stew for everybody,
Mhm.
and I already walked around. But I'm gonna take a bowl for myself and for him outside, and just go down and sit with him.
Okay. As you do so, he happily takes it and he says, "Oh, I appreciate it. I also haven't eaten for a while. This looks quite good. You're pretty good at this, aren't you?"
Yeah, I worked as a chef for a while.
Well, I certainly appreciate it. It means a lot.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah.
As far as you know, that was the only room that had any.
Yeah. I mean, most of the other rooms are guarded or are used fairly frequently, or much smaller rooms. And that's quite honestly the only room that anybody's gone missing from. So, yeah, there's been no other reports anywhere else in the castle. Nothing else seems to be out of place. So, yeah.
If you had to guess, how do you think those monsters got in there?
Honestly, I don't have a clue. I mean, the only thing I can think is maybe a few days before the first missings were reported, we did have a shipment of goods come in from Neverwinter. So maybe they might have sneaked in there. I mean, we take all of our shipped goods straight to that storeroom and we divvy them up later. So that'd be my guess. Is maybe it came from there.
Have you gotten word from Neverwinter? Have they been having this problem?
Honestly, no. The only word that we ever have is from the delivery driver. The one that brings things, and he doesn't come that often. Maybe every other month or so he makes a stop. So no, it's only been a couple weeks since we saw him last, and it'll be well over a month before we see him again. So I have to imagine if they got mimics the same time we did, that we wouldn't be hearing about them until then.
I see. How far is Neverwinter, by the way?
Oh, it's quite a ways. It's well, if you were to travel there on foot from here, you're looking at probably a week, maybe 2. It's quite the travel, especially since there really aren't a whole lot of stops in between anymore. Like Fandalen used to be a major stop. I mean, I know they're making their way back, and we're helping them the best we can. But the only other stop that I know of is what was that place called? There's like a it's Talon's Hunting Lodge, something like that. It's out in the woods. It's not really halfway, but it's fairly frequented by travelers from Neverwinter. I know some nobles usually stop there, and Talon's a real nice guy, real nice fellow. That's probably at least maybe a 3 or 4 day trek from here. Probably the same from Fandalen, if that.
I see. Is it a city or is it just one person?
No. It's just Talon. It's just a large hunting lodge. He's he's got a building that he owns and runs and operates, kind of like an inn almost. He's got some stables and a storehouse, but he's got a nice palisade built up. It looks defensible. I mean, he's in the middle of Neverwinter Woods, so you got to be careful out there. But no, it's just, I think him, and I think he has 2 servants, an older gentleman and a younger boy, best I remember. But it's been a few months since I've been out that way.
Okay. Does he hunt anything exotic?
Oh, I don't know. I've never talked to the man very much. I've just met with delivery drivers or certain messages to be relayed. If we need to send something to Neverwinter, we usually stop by there. But no,
Okay.
you'd have to ask him yourself. I'm not real sure. He doesn't talk a whole lot, and I don't think I've met him obviously, but I've never had a real conversation with the man myself.
I think it's someone I'd like to talk to. Do I have a map?
You do have a map of the area.
Okay. Can I just have him mark it where this supposed Talon is?
Yeah, he takes a look at your large map and kind of, to the best of his ability, you see going into Neverwinter Woods, there's a series of streams and rivers, basically at the southernmost tip. So there's a river that goes from west to east, and it branches off a few times, but right at the end it makes a fork, kind of, so it comes out in two prongs. Basically right around the tip of the southern prong. He kind of circles it and says, yeah, he's right around that area. You know, the easiest way is to come in from the south or from the southwest. There's a bridge that goes over that little bit of river right there that goes right to his front door. Basically, that's if you're wanting to head that way, it's probably the best way to do it.
Oh, alright. It's on my to-do list then.
You got it. Anything else I can answer?
Stand up and head back to the party.
Alright. Well, he'll stand with you and he'll kind of look over everybody. At this point, it's, you guys have had your short rest. It's been a little while, and he's just going to look around. Well, how are we feeling? Rested and fed? Are we ready to talk to the kings? How are we looking?
Feeling much more invigorated.
Most certainly.
Just talk all at once.
Alright.
All at once.
I was just thinking like a scenario where like everybody responds all at once. You're like, oh.
I couldn't even get out what I say.
I mean, it's realistic.
Like a Will Ferrell moment.
There's no elf here.
Sorry, be quiet.
I dare say we are in better straits than we were an hour or so ago.
Understatement of the century.
Alright.
How much of a century have you seen?
Not that much, but I've seen enough to last a lifetime.
Alright. Well, let's head back then. Let's let the kings know and hopefully put an end to all this. I'm rather weary and ready for this to be over as well. It's getting on in the day, so alright. Yep, let's go. So you guys start making your way back to the throne room.
Okay.
He takes you in through the quote-unquote automatic spring-loaded door.
Yeah.
He goes in, he knocks on the semi-secret door behind the throne. Says, give me just a moment, I'll inform them and of your deeds. I mean, I witnessed it, so hopefully we can convince them. Give me just a few minutes. And he walks back. The door closing behind him. You can hear over the next few minutes a series of knocking, some muffled conversation. You hear a couple yelps. Like, whoop! Oh! Hey now! Hey! And then a few minutes later, you see the door open again, and Orin walks out, and behind him you see two rather regal-looking rock gnomes in blues and purples, and very nice robes, but they're very clearly disheveled, have not been washed in many days. You can definitely get the hint of a little bit of smell coming off of them. Like they've definitely been in the room for a while. And you can see that one of them, the breeches of his pants have been well, either torn or seared or melted off, exposing his butt as they walk out.
Oh god.
Regal.
And the one with the torn breeches kind of looks at you and says, "Oh, are you the adventurers that have ended this? I'm sorry, what are my manners? My name is Korbaz, and this is my lovely husband, Nerkly, who I believe you frantically, kind of gives him a stare, dealt with earlier. But yes, Orn here has told me that you have ridded us of these mimic creatures. Is that right? The ones that attacked us.
That would be correct.
Well,
So quite a sight for sore eyes, I'd say.
yes. Well, I appreciate this, and I'm quite glad. At this point, you can see that he's given Nurkle, his husband, the stank eye. That says, I'm quite glad that I was able to be released from that chair that you glued me to, dearest husband. And Nurkle just kind of looks at him. I wasn't gonna let you leave. There were creatures out here, and whatever. And Nurkle goes and sits on one of the thrones.
I say, do you mind if I stitch back on your thing on your robe?
Korvox kind of looks at you and looks at his butt and says, no, don't worry about it. These robes are trash anyways. I'm not... I was stuck on that chair for days. You don't want to know what's on these. I do not plan on keeping them past this conversation, so I would not worry about it.
Okay.
Fair enough.
At which point, he goes up and assumes the other throne. He says, well, it's great news that these are gone. These beasts have been dealt with. I'm quite generous, and Orn here has it on good word that he watched, and well, I'm going to have everybody check the rest of the rooms, though I doubt anything would have slept by. They're fairly populated, and I'm sure we would have noticed if others went missing from other areas of our kingdom. So I'm certain that was probably the only location. And Orn informed me that we might want to check with Neverwinter that the supplies might have been infiltrated by these creatures. So we will certainly be doing that. However, I do wish to thank you. Orn, if you would, and he writes Orn a quick letter on a piece of parchment. He says, if you could just go and retrieve these for me, I'd like to award our band of adventurers here for their quest, for helping us out. But that being so, might I ask what brought you to Gnomengrad? How did you end up on our doorstep?
A search for these wondrous contraptions you and your subjects are wont to make.
Amongst other things.
Well, we certainly make plenty of contraptions, and some work, some don't. But anything particular? Something I can look for? What?
The villagers of Fandalen are looking for a method to defend themselves besides their farming tools. Something
What
that
about-
will put them in a little less danger.
What about night vision goggles? Do you have any of those?
Night vision? God, that
Do you know
term
what that is?
doesn't sound familiar to me. What do you mean by that?
Are you
I saw it
drinking,
in
Jim?
one of the books in BeeckerJr.
Yeah, it is outside of character. It is an item in the DMG, but he clearly doesn't know what you're talking about. He's a rock gnome recluse. But go ahead.
It was just something I saw in one of the books in the room as I was gazing about.
Oh, well, I can't say that I'm aware of it. I'm certainly to let our inventors know. They might have an idea, but I generally get informed when something new is made, and that does not ring a bell. But I'll certainly maybe put it on a to-do list. Something that we could look at for you. No guarantees, but I'm happy to put some manpower towards it. Now, as far as tools and things that you could use against a dragon, well, that's most of our tools are defensive measures. The toys and trinkets kept here within our area, things built into structures and things of that nature. Nothing that could be transported. Maybe we could draw up some plans if you'd like to try and create some yourself in Fendalin. We do have a couple of items that are relatively new. They have some magical properties. I'd be happy to show them to you, and you'd be welcome to those if you'd like. Along with, certainly. Well, I've sent Owen off to grab a couple items for you already. Some things that, well, we rock gnomes tend to enjoy. But give me just a moment here. I'll see what. I believe I have a couple of the new items in my room. I'll be right back. And you watch as he walks away. It takes a couple minutes. You can hear some clattering from the bedroom. He comes back out, and you can see that he is holding two items. One of which looks to be a wand, and the other is a hat. And he kind of walks in front of the party.
Like?
It looks like a hat. I give you more information, but I don't have a picture of it in front of me, so I'll just fuck with it. It is a large circular brim with a floppy cone that comes to a point out of the top of it.
Oh, it's a wizard hat.
So he kind of hands them out to you, and he says, "Well, these are some of our newer items. This wand, what did they name it? The wand of pyrotechnics, I believe. And the hat, I've been told, is called a Hat of Wizardry. You're welcome to them. We have no use for it, really. I'm not sure why they made magical items, which is probably why I ended up with them, but you're welcome to them."
That does look like a very interesting hat.
Oh, yes, certainly. I'd love to take a look at this.
And he's standing in front of you holding out these items, one in each hand. So
Valeria, without prompting, snatches up the hat and leaves the other item.
okay, so you now have a Hat of Wizardry.
I'll grab the wand.
Okay. And you have
Might-
a wand of pyrokinetics.
I have
roll-
no idea what it does, so I'm
Might
gonna
I roll
swish
some
and
Arcana
flick.
checks on these? See if I know anything.
Yeah, you can run an Arcana check. Go ahead.
Okay. We're gonna roll, well, first for the Hat of Wizardry.
Mm-hmm.
Does anything happen when I'm
11.
waving this wand around?
Wow.
I'll get you in a second. You are
Okay.
waving it, but nothing immediate.
Okay.
I'm kind of scared.
Yeah, I'm also a little scared.
And for the Wand of Pyrotechnics, a 20.
Holy.
Alright, so I will go for the hat first, because that's where I was headed. Is that what I called it? Hat of Wizardry.
That you did.
Why is it not in the fucking DMG? I thought I had them written out, but I did not. Sorry, give me just a second. Grab a different book.
No problem.
I had,
Already so many wizarding things.
I had like every other item written out.
I fully intend to get my head bitten off by this wizard, just from being stupid with the wand, but I don't know.
You intend to get your head bitten off.
I kind of
I
can't
know
wait to
better.
see what happens.
I'm like,
Be careful what you wish for.
Alright. Hat of Wizardry. You rolled high enough for that. Easy enough. It does require attunement by a wizard. While you are wearing this hat, you gain the following benefits. 1. You can use the hat as a spellcasting focus for your wizard spells.
oh,
And 2, you can try to cast a cantrip that you don't know. The cantrip must be on the wizard spell list, and you must make a DC 10 Arcana check. If the check succeeds, you cast the spell. If the check fails, so does the spell, and the action used to cast the spell is wasted. In either case, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest.
And you said it's an Arcana check?
Yep. Yeah, so once a day you can try and cast an unknown cantrip for a DC 10 Arcana check.
Bonus. I
You're a
have to
wizard,
roll
Harry.
a 2 or a natural 1 to fail that, so I'm on board.
And it does require an action to use the hat cantrip, basically.
Oh, that's fair. That sounds like fun. And attunement, if I remember correctly, was sitting down for like an item or for an hour or so to.
Yep, at least a
Become
short
one
rest
with
worth, basically.
Okay.
And you can do it during a short rest, not a problem.
Now, what does this wand of pyrotechnics do, and how worried should I be that he has it?
Alright, so...
I know there's a pyrotechnic spell, so I'm guessing it shoots that.
Alright, so that's what I'm getting to. So as you are doing this check, looking at the wand that your friend has now picked up, as he begins to wave it over his head and around, Ixon, you realize coming out of the end of this wand is a brilliant display of flashing, searing lights that are just exploding and popping all around the room.
Oh, jeez.
just lights.
I'd like to mage
lights
hand
everywhere.
slap the wand out of his hand.
Yeah, just roll a strength check for the mage hand.
Both of us
Okay.
are-
Let me read that. I guess we'll use my... What do I use for strength on mage hand?
Just use a d20 and I think it's add 2. Like it doesn't have a very
Okay.
high strength, but
Obviously. 17.
okay. And then Ixon, roll a dex save to see if you can avoid it. Okay.
The frick?
You two watch as this mage hand apparates and attempts to slap it out of your hand, but you're able to move quick enough. But what would you like to do
Hurting
next?
anybody or just making sparks?
No, it's making a bunch of sparks.
This is really cool.
And you can hear a bunch of crackling noise. It only lasts a few seconds and then it
Why?
stops.
I'm gonna say, hey Bing, I found something new to play with. Do you want to have this?
No, let us not.
Grab it
no,
really quick.
no.
Both Aiden and Valeria speak in tandem.
No,
Wait,
leave it, no.
wait. I want to grab it from him, and I want to use it identify.
Oh, I'm giving it to you, dude.
Yeah. Grab it and accept.
Okay. If you'd like, you can ask Valeria, because she knows what it is, and I'll read off the identify for her, unless you want to identify it yourself.
Ooh, I'll identify it myself. I don't mind.
All right, roll an Arcana check.
Valeria looks to Aiden. I don't think, and whispers, I don't think
I
this
got
is
a
wise.
natural D20 plus
People
6, so I got 26.
Oh my god.
Yes.
I wouldn't trust that little
I
Alright.
know what this shit is.
So, this morning.
So
I don't know what this is. I got a
That's
D20.
disconcerting.
I will add all of these items to a chat later on since we're starting to get to them, but I'll just give you a quick description now. I'll read it out for you. Basically, it is a wand of pyrotechnics. The wand has 7, now 6 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges and create a harmless burst of multicolored light at a point you can see up to 60 feet away. The burst of light is accompanied by crackling noises that can be heard up to 300 feet. The light is as bright as a torch flame but lasts only a second. The wand regains all expended charges daily at dawn, and if you expend the last charge, you roll a d20. On a natural one, the wand erupts in a harmless pyrotechnic display and is destroyed.
So as long as I don't get it to 0, I can keep it forever.
Yep, and you can basically make fireworks wherever you want, up to 60 feet away. But it also makes a sound.
I feel like the gnome is the worst
It's
person
like-
for that item.
It's like thunderclap, except more annoying.
I
It doesn't do
suggest
any
we
damage.
rethink our usage here.
This is
How
a
are you?
bad
How would you be able to
present.
cast this wand while playing your music? Wouldn't it be better to give it to someone with free hands?
Nah, I think it's good for me because I like noise and it makes loud
I'm
noise,
trying
so
to
I
do a
like
persuasion check here and be nice about it before I get meaner.
That is
it.
that is So
Physical.
speaking with characters is completely between the two of you talking. I will not do persuasion or just. I will do deception
I
to
look
see if
at-
you can tell a lie.
I look
But for
at her
things like this, that is
dumbfounded.
between the two of you.
I look at her dumbfounded and say, "But it was a present to me."
It was a present to us as a group. Should
Can
we
I have
not
it,
have
please?
been there, do you think you would have survived against that mimic who bit you in the ass?
No, but I think it's fair since you got the hat.
Maybe, but I could give you the hat. Would you be able to use it?
Oh, if you would be able.
No,
It
I like
probably
the
wouldn't.
noise making wand.
You guys can see both of the kings have now returned to the throne. They're just kind of laughing at you, like, wonderful display.
Hilarious. Face palms.
This is going to be a long trip back.
Problematic.
At this point, Orn has returned. He walks up to the kings and hands them a satchel. He says, here you go, king. Here's what you asked for from the Aventus. You need anything else from me? And she says, well, just, no, that's all right. I'll send for you if we need you. Thank you, Orn. Thank you. At which point the king turns back to you and he says, well, and these are from us. This is just a token of our appreciation. Just a couple more items for you. I guess we're pretty good at making items, aren't we? So now he holds out both an amulet and a small silver pole.
Might I? Do you see what these items are
silver
before we have
pole.
another big excursion?
Would you like to take both of them and investigate?
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing you pull, it's a copper amulet that contains tiny interlocking gears, from what you can see, and the other is a silver rod. If you'd like to make an Arcana check on the two of them, you may.
Will do. So for the amulet first. Natural 20.
Oh,
That's what the
Jesus.
B is. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the B was making me concerned at first. I was like, oh no, I got a 1. And it's like, oh
The
no.
other is a 20. Not natural.
Okay. Yep, easy enough. So the first one is a Clockwork Amulet. It is basically a creature that puts an ear to the amulet can hear faint ticking and whirring noises coming from within. When you make an attack roll while wearing the amulet, you can forgo rolling the d20 to get a 10 on the die. Once used, this property can't be used again until the next dawn.
Interesting.
So
And
for
the other one?
You're
yeah,
really
so
good for Aiden.
for one attack roll, you can not roll and just take a 10. It doesn't replace. You would have to do it before you make your roll. Just clearing the air, making sure everybody knows. The second is a... Well, I just had it. It is a pole of collapsing. So, at this point, it is in your hand. It is a 1 foot long rod, is the form that it's currently in. But while holding it, it can be a 10-foot pole, and you can speak a command word to cause it to collapse into a 1 foot long rod for ease of storage. The pole's weight doesn't change. You can also use an action to speak a different command word and cause the rod to revert back to a 10-foot pole. However, the rod will only elongate as far as the surrounding space allows. So it's a 10-foot to 1 foot pole.
Collapsing 10-foot pole. Okay,
Now-
that's great.
Um,
I love that.
Is it indestructible or is it can be very well easily broken?
You'll have to find out.
That I do not know.
So it's
Well,
not
then.
represented as like a collapsible quarterstaff.
So it's like a
10-foot
Wukong-
pole is
it's
more
like
a
Wukong
wooden
staff
pole.
in a way. In a way, it's like a
Yeah.
Wukong staff or like a Dragon Ball Z Goku kind of pole staff in a way.
Yep.
Where it expands.
Sort of.
Yeah.
If you wanted to use it as a weapon, nobody would have proficiency with it. Because it's just a makeshift weapon. So no, it would
we
not
don't
count.
have any tavern brawlers here.
Yeah, it is not a quarter staff or anything of that nature.
It would be useful for like cooking a pig or something or whatever. If I
I mean,
shoved it through.
if I grab onto it, I can
or
like.
whatever.
If I grab onto it, I can like launch myself up in the air if I expand it.
You can
You got your
try.
toy.
Then, these seem to be quite interesting magical items as well.
You get the sense that you could probably use it because it's metal. You know, it's like it's a thin metal at least. It's not wood. So you could maybe use it as a pike or something to cook on.
Make a very heavy distinction that I have not told anyone what these do yet.
Yep. Yeah.
To
So
avoid the grabbing hands that I
so-
know are coming.
Valeria knows this. The rest of you see an amulet and a rod currently in her hands.
Insert
Thank you
photo
very
need.
much, oh gracious kings.
I say, ooh, what is that, Rod? I did not say Alexa phone.
I will be happy to tell you once we are out of these king's hair and we have
Okay.
time to discuss.
Okay.
At which point the king looks at you again. Corbal's the one that's been talking with the hole in his pants. Well, and it is getting rather late, and I understand that it's a few hours back to Fandolin. You're welcome to head out. Well, I can get you a guide to escort you at least to the entrance, or if you prefer, we do have some other sleeping quarters. I'd be happy to let you rest here for the evening if you'd like to head back in the morning. And you do gather at this point that it is pretty late. You're looking at like 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you have any way of fast travel?
I mean, we can run.
Oh, I was looking for
Oh.
like something I could ride.
This isn't like an MMORPG.
Please,
I mean, we
Uh,
close.
not
I mean,
please.
No, we don't.
Get my companions. Not all of them are the
No, that's quite all right.
most
I mean,
mentally acute.
no
We
worries,
would
no
be
worries. I
happy
mean,
to take your accommodations for the night.
yeah,
Though,
sure.
Keep calling me dumb wizard. See what happens.
Not dumb. You just take a little time to work things out.
Well, just to make sure everybody's satisfied, we don't have mounts here. We don't usually leave the caves that much, and if we do, it's just a trip for supplies and things of that nature, which we're in no hurry for. So no, there's no horses, creatures of burden, anything like that. Occasionally, we like to take rafts down the river, but the river itself, there's a waterfall, but it doesn't move very fast. So there's quite a bit of paddling involved. So you might
If
actually
we were to
move
take
faster
the
walking.
river, would it go to Fandolin?
No. This river goes straight west. It would just take you out to the sea. I mean, if you took it to the edge of the mountains and then disembarked and headed north and then east, it would take you, I guess, part of the way to Fandolin. But as I said, you'd probably move quicker by walking than actually trying to utilize the water.
It would
Too bad.
likely be best to just walk.
Well, I disagree. I think it would be best to sleep here.
That is what I suggested.
Okay.
You are only
well,
lending credence to my notions.
Well, no worries. There is a room. It's rather large. It's for guests. There's usually about 7 or 8 beds in there. It's just across the hall. If you exit out here, take a left. It's the first pathway on your right. The door's unlocked. You're welcome to it. There's guards around, so no worries. Nothing will sneak in and come after you. But it's all yours. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to knock. Or I'll assign Orin to you. He can guard for you if you have any needs. Just let him know. He won't be far.
I'll be right back, Chris.
I may, Your
What
Majesty.
time did we get here?
You got here pretty far on in the afternoon. Like it was probably like 2-3 o'clock when you got here.
Oh, okay.
You
So
guys-
Orin technically hasn't worked a full shift yet.
You don't know when he started.
Well, yeah, that's what I was worried about. If they're gonna have him post guard,
No, I mean you could ask if you want. I mean, at this point, Orn is still at the back of the room. He hasn't really, like, left. He was assuming he would probably escort you to wherever you go next.
If I may, Your Majesties, we were
Yes.
originally contracted by the town of Fandolin to seek your aid on matters of defense. Would I be able to bring back a written correspondence?
Oh, yes. No worries. As you're going to take the night, what I'll do is I'll have some of our inventors draw up some of our defensive plans. We have outlines for walls and simple defenses, things of that nature. Shouldn't take them more than the evening, and I'll make sure that I send that with you, and you can take that back to the townmaster and let him know. But I mean, as far as like inventions and items and things like that, quite honestly, the ones that you have in your hand are the only ones that really do anything. We haven't been inventing much recently, but I'm happy to have the inventors draw up some defensive plans for you if you'd like that.
That is all I would need. Just something to show them of your workings here, despite the distance.
Yes, absolutely. I'll make sure that's ready in the morning for you.
Thank you very much, then.
Any other questions? Anything else I can assist you with?
Nothing much.
All right. Well, Orn, if you don't mind, if you could show them to the guest room, please. Orn kind of steps up. All right, let's go. It's just this way. He starts walking out the door back into the main hallway.
Well then, off we go. And Valeria starts walking after him. Careful to keep these magic items within her sight.
No worries. Well, he begins to lead you guys back down the main hall for all of about 30 seconds, and then he hangs a right, opens the door into a moderately sized bed chamber. Looks like simple adornments. There's, a few beds that are partitioned off around the wall. Each of them has like a stone wall between them. There's about 8 beds. There's a curtain that you can draw in front of each bed, and then there's just general stations around things, just desks, some chairs, some tables, a wash basin, and a jug of water next to it. Just your simple, you're sleeping here, this is what you get type arrangements. And he says, well, again, if you need anything, I'll be right outside, and my brother will be switching off with me fairly soon as well. His name is Norn. Should be pretty easy to remember. Our parents weren't very creative, but just let him know if I'm not there. I'll make sure he's aware of everything as well. So beyond that, I hope you have a good evening, and we'll see you in the morning. And he kind of walks back out and shuts the door behind him. So, as you guys find yourself in this room full of beds, is there anything you'd like to do, or are we headed to sleep?
So, I was talking
Betty
to
Pike.
Orn a while ago, and said we should go check out Talon's post. Apparently he's a great hunter, and trade travels through there, and I'll just show him on the map.
So yeah, he
Eventually, if we're up to it.
For any reason in particular?
Well, he said there would be horses there. Really looking to get a horse.
he said he had a stable there. Keep that in mind. He said there was a
In
stable.
my mind, that means horses. So
That's
I
fine.
don't know.
If that's how you're interpreting it, that is fine.
So, you're suggesting we travel this far out of the way for the possibility of riding a horse?
Yeah, I have not ridden a horse before, so ride a horse.
Doesn't
Maybe
as
we
exciting
can do
as-
something like that when the pertinent defense of a civilization is not on the line?
Oh, but I'm getting so bored of being at town.
Riding a horse isn't as all exciting as you think it to be.
This sounds like a
Really?
fucking
How many
problem.
horses have you ridden?
If you are so
Far
wanting
too
for
many.
something to do, I'll give you a mirror image of myself to... I don't know.
Yeah, I think.
Do what
Say
you were
the
doing when you
town
were drunk
part.
last time. Just anything to keep you out of my hair.
Please leave your name, number, and a message after the tone.
Wow.
Have you you have yet to show me any better inclination?
Okay.
you see in the corner that Valeria casts a minor illusion of herself sitting down, facing away from the party. There you go.
There
I
you
think
go.
I'm gonna walk over and just study it.
Alright. Make a perception check.
Chris, I DM'd you.
Gotcha.
15.
15. Does that beat minor illusion? Does he know it's fake?
No perception check is gonna beat an illusion.
Oh, okay.
It's an investigation check.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. Roll investigation.
Roll investigation. Okay. A 13.
That's not gonna beat it.
Ah,
From what you can tell, this is even though she said a copy of herself, you're thinking, man, this is a pretty good copy. Good enough to be real.
Oh no.
For is the illusion like in fetal position, or is it sitting cross-legged, or what?
That is on
Sitting
her.
cross-legged.
Kind of like meditating.
Kind of, yeah. You could
Okay.
say that.
I'm gonna sit down in front of it, and it looks like it's concentrating, right? So I'm gonna try and slap it across the face.
Oh boy.
as Hayden is Hayden is watching Nix and just seeming to have all his attention fully focused on this, what I guess is illusion. As he raises his hand, Hayden's gonna stop him right there as he tries to reach out and grab his hand before he swipes across.
Make a dexterity check, Aiden, and a dexterity save, Ixen, if you'd like to continue with the slap.
I'd like to try to throw my voice in the meantime.
Okay.
Essentially, don't even try.
That's a 15.
I got a 17.
Okay.
Oh,
So Aiden, you go to grab his hand and you miss, and Ixen, you are on the way to slapping Valeria number 2, and you are throwing your voice to do what and where?
To essentially... I'm going to try to, well... say, don't even try. This is going to slap it.
Okay. You hear that, Ixen. You're in the process of slapping it. You can make a perception check to see if you catch it in time to stop yourself if you'd like.
In the meantime, can I use minor illusion to make a little snap
So if I
noise?
succeed, I stop myself?
If you succeed, you will be given the option to stop yourself.
Oh, okay. That's
Wow.
22.
You,
That is
you
very
can
much
stop yourself if
perception.
you'd like, because you definitely heard it, or you can continue to slap.
Can I use minor illusion?
At this point,
Maybe I'll stop it, like, right against the cheek.
Okay.
Like,
Oh,
so you
back
stop your
off
hand at the cheek.
super hard.
I
Ed-
can't be mad at this. I did start it.
At this point, Bink, if you would like to try and use minor illusion, you could. But there was a lot going on in just a couple seconds right there, so...
Oh, okay. I use minor illusion and I make a little whisper go in his ear and says, "Do it. I dare you. Slap it."
Well, now it was a dare.
Create a sound. Okay. Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah. Easy enough. So you hear this voice in your ear telling you to do it.
Do it.
Is it a saving throw for Bink? Because he's College of Whisper. Not sure if that's a thing.
For him to minor illusion make a sound? No, that's easy enough.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue onward.
Okay, go ahead and roll a melee attack for me.
Oh, fuck.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Protection? He's wait. That was
12.
gonna use protection.
All right, now make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Natural 1.
Oh, fuck.
All right, so as you go to continue your slap against Valeria number 2, your hand very easily passes through its body, and you slap the ground and take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Think you could hit me?
Shit.
I'm trying to warn you here, Ixon. I don't think this is exactly a game you'll win.
You are now aware that this is not, in fact, a real Valeria that you could physically interact with.
Oh.
I tried to stop you.
Wary, then.
I tried to stop you.
My guy's whistling like.
All right. Any more shenanigans before we call it night?
I don't think so.
Well,
told you.
Before we go to bed, I aim the wand in the air and I say "Alisha Boopy," and I activate it.
All right, well, for the next few seconds, you guys are treated to a very bright and noisy lights display.
Hilarious eyes.
I'm like,
Bink,
nice, no.
do not
I'm going
force
to
me
kick you.
to take that from you.
I'm going to kick you.
I do not care if I'm threatening you with a good time. You will get hurt.
I threaten with good times, yeah.
What's the party we're celebrating?
Going to bed party.
Oh, paranoid.
I've never heard of that one before.
He was offended when I insulted what little intelligence
Are
existed.
you also going
there.
to play music when we go to bed too?
Ooh, can I make
How
that
about
happen?
don't? How about don't do that?
That's a good idea, actually. Maybe I can enchant it with some musical fireworks next time, or something along the way. That's a good idea.
I'm going to break it.
I kiss it and I sleep with it and I go to bed.
All right, so you guys are all
Ooh,
settling
I know what
down.
I do in the morning.
After that, I'm gonna walk over to my bed.
I have a good idea. What I'm gonna.
Take off my scarf and my hat and my jacket and lay them all down at the side of the bed. Just so that, like, everybody can finally see what I actually look like. All that.
Okay, I would like, as you guys are getting ready for the night, through the interactions, the things that have been going on, if everybody in the room could just go ahead and make me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh.
So just do perception twice, basically.
Yep.
Oh, well, that's a nat 1, so no more rolls for me.
If you right click any kind of check you're trying to make and then click
I
roll
got
at
it.
disadvantage, it'll roll at disadvantage.
Wait, where does it say disadvantage?
No, you have to
Oh,
right
that's
click whatever
cool.
check it is. So like whatever check you're trying to make, right click it, and then you can pick at advantage or disadvantage to make the roll.
Wait,
Oh, well.
Wait, let me
Instead of
check.
just it put your actual
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah,
roll
yeah.
in the chat instead of like
Okay.
spamming it with 2 rolls.
Oh, well.
Well, I got a 9. I did it twice. My lowest was a 9, and then the other one was a natural 20. Rip.
Got a 9, got a
But,
2,
yeah.
got a 9.
I got a 9.
That is funny because I got a 9 too.
Well then, seems like everyone is tired. Oh wait, I gotta roll mine. Whoops.
You're
Don't
part of
mind
this
me.
too. You are not the DM here.
I got a 2.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Fair enough.
Disadvantage.
Nope, everything seems to be pretty calm. Everything's in order. You guys are laying down, getting your beds together, getting everything good, and you all make your way
Wait.
to bed.
Larry wants to fiddle with the wizardry hat.
Okay, you're gonna tune it as you get ready for bed.
Yes.
Can I
Easy enough.
like try to fuse the magical wand with my instrument so it can become like Guitar Hero whammy bar type of thing?
Make
When
a
I hit the
straight
right note,
intelligence check for me.
Oh, I need an intelligence check.
Yep, no advantage, no nothing, just straight intelligence roll. So just roll a
Where's
d20, add your intelligence
Oh,
mod.
Just a
Yep, intelligence check. You have no fucking clue how to do that. You look at it and you kind of just take them and bash them together.
I'm like,
Not really working out for you.
whatever. I'll try another time. And I go to sleep.
As
Alright.
I'm laying down and falling asleep, just gonna keep staring at Valeria, watching her.
Alright.
That's not at all creepy.
Ah.
Well, I mean, the beds are all against the wall. So if you were to go in, you're in your own little like bedroom. So the only way you could look out is past the foot of your bed towards the door, because there
I
are
thought you said there was like a curtain. I was just like,
there are walls between each bed and a curtain at the end, so you could close yourself in.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it kind of looks like stables basically,
Okay.
but with beds
Okay,
in
so
them.
there's small stalls, essentially.
Yes,
Got it.
not very fancy.
Well, in the meantime, Valeria is kind of sitting in front of the bed, just messing with the hat.
Cool. All right, so as you all get ready, you attune your hat successfully, fairly easy. So you can go ahead and add that. You all drift off into sleep after concluding your bits and pieces, rumbling, tossing and turning. Aiden, if you could go ahead for me and roll a wisdom check.
Oh. Why do I feel like I know what this is for?
Because you do.
All right.
That's a 12.
Well, we will get back to that. So you rolled a 12 as you headed to sleep. So with that, we're gonna take a short break.
Oh boy.
Let everybody go to the bathroom, get some stretches, get some water, and
Oh, yeah.
we'll be back in a few minutes.
I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't like this.
I'm loving this so far.
with me.
Jumping back into this, we are going to roll over to the town of Fandolin, where we last saw Raggar. Getting on in the evening, probably 5-6 o'clock for you now that you've staked up these orc bodies. You're in the field. The men that were helping you are gathering their supplies and are heading back north to go back into town. What would you like to do?
So the men that were fighting with me, are they still around, like nearby?
The fighting men? No, they were carried off to presumably the inn somewhere or back home so they could rest and recover.
Okay.
The men that stayed and helped you, I will say there were 3 of them that came from town, noticed that the brawl was over, and helped you clean up and make your display.
Okay. I'm going to turn to one of these men and ask them, what was that about? They said it was frequent. Why is this happening? Like, can you tell me anything?
He looks at you and he says, well, from what we've gathered, there's this group that is dedicated to the god of storms or lightning or something like that. But his name is Talos, and he has these anchorites, I guess is what they call them, that worship him, and they control small bands of orcs usually, and they're the ones sending them here under pretense of their Thunder Lord or whatever, wanting to claim this territory as his own. Make a quick history check for me, Raggar.
Okay. I rolled a something. Hold on. History. 6.
Okay. It takes you a minute to recall, and I'll say outside of character, you are more than welcome to go back up and read the background description. But given the lore of the land and the tales that you've heard coming to Fandolin, there is in fact a group that is dedicated worshippers to the thunder god Talos. Given the area that they are hostile. They are intent on taking over areas in the woods as well as east of the woods, and they frequently make attacks on settlements to try and claim them in the name of their lord. So they are in the area. You're relatively aware of them. You basically know that there's this cult out there that is, you don't know what the anchorites themselves are, but you know that they have some sort of either pact or control of some of the remaining orcs in the area.
Okay. So I
the rest of you would know this as well.
So he's done talking to me at this point?
Yeah. He ended with that.
Okay. So I said to him, well, for, I guess, soldiers of a god, that was pretty weak, pretty pathetic. However, I think they may return with larger forces given the display that we put up. However, I guess, can I take a history check? Do I know anything about orcs?
Yeah, you can make a history check on them.
Okay, 9.
Okay, I mean, you know that they're generally brutish. They tend to form packs.
Okay.
It's
So-
pretty easy for somebody of a similar alignment to them to make a pact or deal with them.
Okay, so I say, however, given their brutish nature, I think this will serve as a warning to them.
He kind of nods and agrees. Says, "Yeah, we never thought about it. I mean, up until now, it's only been groups of 1 or 2, just a couple we've been able to fend off. Quite frankly, this was the largest group that we've seen so far, at least that I can remember. But it certainly seems like they're increasing. So hopefully this will help a little bit. I mean, I'd sure as hell be scared to see some of my comrades hanging outside the city."
Yes. Well, that's the idea. Say, can you tell me anything about Harbin?
Well, I mean, what's there to know, really? I mean, he's the townmaster. I know that he reports to the Lord of Neverwinter up north. Beyond that, he doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, he doesn't really dictate things around here. We're kind of free to do what we want. I know that he helps to gather the taxes and tithes and things of that nature and send them off to the lord of the land. But beyond that, we don't really see much of him. He wasn't elected or anything of that nature. Not that we really care, since we pretty much, do as we please. I mean, every now and then, if somebody steps out of line, he does have a couple guards around town that he sends in, but that's about all I know about him. He doesn't get out much.
But what exactly is a townmaster's duty?
Well, let me roll a history check for this guy. Well, that's a natural 20. He looks at you and says, well, they're more of a... At least within Neverwinter and things of that, townmasters are more figureheads. They're just there to really oversee the land that the Lord of Neverwinter owns. They report to him. They're basically, through my knowledge, essentially just that. They're just there to make sure that things are paid for, things are taken care of, that they set up things like law and make sure that, things go correctly, go smoothly. They also, well, I think that's really about it as far as I know. They're really just the middleman for the lord of the land.
So, let's say, for instance, I wanted to, I don't know, add some fortifications to the town. That wouldn't be an issue with Harbin. I mean, he doesn't seem to come outside and really care much. Seems to be terrified of dragons, which hiding inside won't do anything, but I want to do something.
No, I don't think that'd be an issue at all. In fact, I know at least myself and my family, we'd certainly appreciate it. It's not something any of us are, well, I mean, I wouldn't say we're not capable of doing it, but we wouldn't know where to start. But no, I don't see there being any issue with that either.
Okay. Well, is there anyone I should talk to about this, or can I just go ahead and move forward the plans I have, or?
Yeah, I mean, if you're really worried about it, you could check with Harbin, but beyond that, I would just check with whoever's lands you're building around, make sure that you're not impeding anything on their property lines or things of that nature. Hell, they might even help you set it up for what it's worth. I'm sure they'd appreciate it, actually.
Okay. All right. So I guess that's all I need then. Thank you.
No worries.
You kind of nod him off, I guess.
Yeah. He begins picking up the rest of his belongings and heading back to town.
So I'd like to head to Harbin's.
Okay. Easy enough. It's only maybe a 5-10 minute walk. You make your way there.
So it's what, like 6 o'clock at night?
Yeah, you're probably looking about 6 o'clock. You can see that there's some lights coming on around town a little bit. The quest board is empty, but the townmaster's hall is just like you left it. The front doors are closed. The windows are closed.
All right, so I'd like to go up to Harbin's door and knock and say, "Hey, Harbin, I need to talk to you."
If you're a dragon, know that I'm far too thin and bony to make a good meal. It's you. Yes. How can I help you?
So Harbin, I actually have an idea.
I'm
I'd
listening.
like to carry through with it, but I don't want to impose on people's land. Could you give me, and I'd like to lay out like not like a plan, I guess, in front of him or whatever, how long it takes to like draw something up and say like, hey, I want to build this wall around the town. I want to rebuild the walls that are there. And but to do so, I want to know whose land I'm encroaching upon and who I need to talk to.
Gotcha. So, just so you know, given the conversation, he's speaking to you through the door. The door is not open. But he pretty much tells you the same thing. He says, yeah, it's perfectly fine. You're more than welcome.
I had like a little like mail slot or something.
Yeah, towards the bottom, but he doesn't open it very often. But he says, yeah, no worries. As far as the old wall is concerned, I think it only goes through maybe a couple of the farmers' fields. So I'd probably just check with them. You do have a general map of Fandolin, don't you? Wait, you do. You can say yes.
Yes.
He says, if you'd like, I can, I can outline it a little bit, show you the fields. And at that point, he does kind of open the mail slit a little bit if you'd like to slide it in.
Yep, I slide it in. As I slide it in, can I see if I see any bit of harbor whatsoever?
Make a perception check.
19.
Okay. You can very clearly see that this is a box with 2 doors. And as he opened the door leading to the outside, you saw a very portly looking hand closing the back door.
Okay.
So it's basically it's a square metal box with an opening on each end.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. So I slide it over to him. So these are my plans, and I guess he already told me who I need to talk to.
Yep. Yeah, you watch as he opens the door again, quickly grabs the map. You can hear some scribbling for a few minutes and slides the map back to you, and we can go into greater detail outside of the session if you want. But essentially, the couple of farmlands that you see on the map, he's just kind of drawn a square around to show the property line. And he says, well, those are the property lines that I'm aware of, and I can't imagine they'd have any problems with you building around. I don't know that they're developing any farther. I don't know that the lands are much fertile past the lines that they've already created. They took what they could. So.
Well, thank you, Harbin. That is all I needed. As I sort of step back and.
No worries. Have a good night. Let me know if you need anything else.
Will do. As I sort of walk away, I'd like to pull the map up and see what names he scribbled on the map, or see how many people there are, and if Adabra is one of them.
Gotcha. So, looking at the map, if you want to pull it up in the Discord, you can.
Found Findolin.
Yeah. So just to the southeast, there is one building that has some farmland that the wall used to go through.
Yep.
That belongs to. He's written the name Quilleen.
Quilleen.
Quillen.
I'm gonna have to write this down. Sorry. All right.
To the south, there's one building with a little bit of farmland that's kind of outside the old wall. It was just a little bit of ways from where you had the battle. So if you're looking at the map, you probably set the stakes up just to the west of that, in that little green patch. That one, he does not have a name for.
So I have Quilleen, and then to the west of Quilleen is another.
Yeah, so it's the very southern building. You can kind of see some farmland there.
Oh yeah, I see. It's like a blue house and a little red house.
Yep. Yeah, those are the two that he's marked.
Okay. All right. So those are the only two that I'm aware of.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. So I would like to. I guess it's like 6-ish, 7-ish.
Yeah, we'll say we're probably about. He probably spent about a half an hour. It took him a few minutes to scribble, so you're probably looking around 6:30 now.
Okay, do I see any of those villagers that I helped out earlier? The ones that were defending? Do I see any of them around or any sign of them?
No. They have not reappeared.
Okay. Can I just sort of, as I'm walking, here and there, ask people passing by if there's anybody, if they've seen some wounded farmers, passing by and where they went?
Yeah. So you flag down a couple people and they say, oh yeah, the 4 that were helped out, they usually try and keep guard, but this is kind of like an older gentleman that you flagged. Seems to have the most information. He says, yeah, I saw them coming back in. I think they all, as far as I remember, I mean, this was a couple hours ago, they went to the inn. I'd imagine probably to get some drinks and to relax. I don't know where they live particularly, but it's always a great place to refresh yourself after a battle.
Yes, definitely. Well, thank you, sir, for your help. I'm gonna go ahead and make my way to the inn.
You got it. So, making your way to the inn, you do notice outside of the inn there's quite a line. You guess that it's probably like a dinner line. Like this is like as far as restaurants go, this is like the place to eat if you don't want to make it yourself. And most of the people in line look like your blue collar just got done working at the mine, pretty dirty folk that are all just kind of grumbling, talking to each other, waiting in line to get in.
Alright. Okay, I have an idea. So, I'm going to... Are they all, like, looking forward?
They're
Like,
kind of
they're not
milling
look-
about. There's probably 10 of them. They're not really, like, standing front to back in line. They're all just kind of grouped up, talking amongst each other, just waiting for the next open table.
Okay, I'd like to kind of shout out. Anybody who's just hungry and not looking for a fun night, I have some food I could give out to you. In the meantime, I actually am in quite a bit of a rush to seek some gentlemen inside.
All 10 of them raise their hand.
Okay, I give out 8 rations. All 8 that I have on me.
That's fine. They kind of take them and divide amongst themselves. Oh, thank you. No, this is fine. I mean, we don't have to pay for it, right? This is free.
You don't have to pay for it, just remember who I am.
They're like, oh, all right. What's your name? A couple of them ask.
My name's Raggar.
Now can I say, oh, well, thank you. No, this is fine. This will suffice. I'm not in a hurry. Just a little bite before bed. Absolutely. And, they all kind of just, they move away from the door and start splitting up the ration. And a couple of them are just taking their fair share and walking off.
Okay. So I guess there's 2 left, right?
Yep. Yeah, there's 2 more that they didn't really take from the rations. They're like, well, we'll let them have it. We can wait a little while.
So I look at both of them and say, what about a gold apiece for you two?
And they both kind of look at you and like, we got some stuff at home, sure.
Cool. So I give them the 2 gold and I guess enter.
You got it. So as you walk in, you can see that there's as normal, there's about 10 to 12 tables set up. A couple of them are pushed together, some solo tables. They're all pretty full at the moment. There's, an empty seat here or there at a couple of tables. The bar usually has about 12 bar stools. So the 2, one on each end, the far end, are open. So there's 2 bar seats. But you see Toblin is rushing around delivering food and drinks, and there's also a female behind the bar passing out drinks as well. She looks to be probably about the same age as Toblin.
Do I see the farmers that I interacted with earlier?
You do see one of them. It was the one that was probably the healthiest. He would have been, I think, number 2, so the one that was trying to help out the most. Is still sitting at the bar. He's got a flagon in his hand that he's drinking heavily from, and an empty one in front of him.
Okay. Is there like an open seat next to him?
Directly next to him, no. He's kind of in the middle, conversing with a couple other people around him.
Can I guess sit in the closest seat to him?
Yeah, it'd be on the outside. So there's probably about 3 or 4 people between you.
Okay, that's fine. I'll have a seat and I'll just sort of like lean on the counter and sort of look down and try and listen in on their conversation.
Yeah, you just get them.
And
go ahead.
also, I'd order a water from Toblin.
Yeah, so Toblin's running around. He catches you. He's like, "Oh, you want a water? Okay, no worries. Give me just a minute. I got a couple things to drop off, but I'll grab it for you."
No rush, Toblin.
And then if you'd like to listen in on that specific person's conversation, you can make a perception check.
Okay. 18.
Okay. He's pretty much just talking shop at this point. You can hear him. Oh yeah, the other day. Well, I'm glad I had the day off. I mean, it kind of sucked. We had some more of them fucking orcs, but I can't wait to get back to the mine. Honestly, it's about what you're catching. They're just kind of talking about daily stuff. He mentions the orc attack and that he was there, and just how he's ready to get back to work, and tomorrow's not his shift to keep watch, so he's happy about that.
Well, I guess I'll just wait until Toblin comes back around.
Easy enough. Just a couple minutes passes by. He rushes back up and says, sorry. Dinner time's always pretty busy, but pours you a glass of water and hands it to you. So, I've got a moment. Is there anything else that you'd like, or something I can help you with?
Actually, Toblin, I have a question for you. I'm trying to figure out who owns this land, and I pull my map out and sort of, switch it around to his view and point out the two properties, see if I can get more information on them.
Yeah, so he points to the one that the townmaster marked as Quilleen. He says, "Oh yes, that's Quilleen. She's a halfling. She lives there with her son. I think it's just the two of them. They farm the land, and they do well for themselves. She's a very nice woman. She's very good with her hands. She's good at sewing, and she makes little odds and ends here or there. But the other house, the one to the south of town, that actually is mine and my wife's. Why do you ask?"
Well, I'm actually interested in fortifying the town. You see, there was a wall that used to be around the town that's been destroyed, and given some circumstances, we're having orcs attack, and there's looming threat of a dragon, whether it's real or not.
It's real,
fortify
friend.
the town.
Oh, yeah. You want to rebuild the old wall. Well, that's mighty kind of you. You're welcome to. If you're asking about like property lines and things of that nature, I do use the farmland from time to time. I'd appreciate it if you built around. You can get as close as you need to. The land beyond what I've already cultivated isn't really usable, so anything past what you see on the map here is pretty much open. I have no claim to it, really. Nobody does. But yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
So you're fine with me building, on your property line?
Oh, absolutely. I welcome it. In fact, a couple of the orc bands that have come through have torn up my cabbages a couple times. I would imagine it'd probably help with that. I'd be grateful.
Do you know anybody who may be willing to help? I can build this, but certainly the more the merrier.
I said, well, you're welcome to ask around town, but many of these folk work most days of the week. You might get a couple helpers here or there, but I don't think anybody would be against it. But they need to make their livelihood. But I'm sure if they have time off, I'd imagine they'd be willing to help. I'm sure.
Okay. Well, thanks, Toblin. I'll I guess get to it. I need to get Quineen's permission. So. Say, Toblin, do you know Quineen? Is she friendly? Is she, is this going to be a welcoming question to her?
Oh, yes, absolutely. She's wonderful. She uses her farm. She usually has carrots and things of that nature. I buy from her quite frequently. She's a wonderful woman. I'm quite sure she'd be enthralled as well.
Okay. Well, thank you, Toblin. I'm going to try to get over there before the night's out.
Oh, yes. I'd imagine she's probably eating now as well, but she's usually up pretty late. I don't see there being issues. I wouldn't make too much noise. She usually puts her boy down to bed around 8 or 9, so keep that in mind, but absolutely.
All right, well, thank you, Toblin. And as I get up and sort of head my way out the door.
Sure thing. Just kind of waves. Goes back to gathering and delivering and general needs.
So I'm going to make my way over to Quineen's farm.
Sure. So you get there probably looking at 7:30ish. You spend a little while in the tavern, so you make your way up to the house, and it's a fairly quiet house. You can see there's some lights on inside. You can see some movement inside. Nobody's out, but they're definitely still awake.
I knock softly on the door.
Well, you hear a call for, "Just a second, I'm coming. And a few moments later, you see the door open to a rather short halfling. She's probably maybe 3.5 feet tall. She opens the door, kind of looks up at you. Yes, how can I help you?
You must be Quinine. I'm Raggar. I came to know of you through Toblin at the inn in town.
Oh, yes, wonderful, man. What can I do for you, Raggar?
Well, Quinine, I'm actually interested in rebuilding the walls we had around this town here. I know I'm rather new to the town, but given the threat of the dragon and the orcs that are constantly attacking, I want to rebuild it, and seeking your permission to do so around your land, if that's what you want, or through it like the old wall. But that's why I'm asking.
Oh, no, absolutely. I've me and Aiden, my son, we've spent quite some time removing the old stones so we could continue to farm that area. But yeah, if you want to build around it, that's perfectly fine. That'd be wonderful. Aiden loves to run around the field, so a little extra security would be amazing.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure that was okay with you before I started my project.
Absolutely. If you need anything while you're working, I'm happy to make you something, or always got water and tea available.
I mean, maybe some food here or there, but I say, if there's anyone you know who could help me with this venture, it'd be greatly appreciated. I have the plans, but I'm not really sure on the execution. 100%.
Oh, certainly. I'll keep my ear out. If I notice anybody that would be willing and able, I'll send them your way.
All right. Well, thank you.
No worries. Anything else I can help you with?
Oh, that was it. I just want to make sure it's okay that I build upon your land.
All right. Well, hope you have a good evening. Got to get the little one ready for bed, so have a good night.
I understand. Thank you.
She.
As I walk back in, I guess I go back up staying at Toblin's. It's too late for me to work, right?
Yeah, you're probably coming up on like 8 o'clock. It's getting pretty dark out.
Okay, so I'd like to draw up the plans for how I'm going to proceed with this. Starting with the gates, like the entrances into the town.
Mm-hmm.
Since it doesn't really seem, from what I gather, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't seem like anyone's stopping me from doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's just kind of busy with their own thing. I have permission to build.
Yep.
So I'd like to start with the entrances. Specifically the entrance where the orcs are staked up at versus the south entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Creating more of like instead of just like a rubble entrance, like an actual town entrance. But not till the next day.
Sure.
Right, but I want to get to sleep early so I can start on it early in the morning.
No worries.
Spend a little bit of time, maybe an hour or two drawing it out, figuring out how I'm going to do it.
Sure. So we'll say you take the next couple hours to do that. You're probably coming up on like 9:30, 10 o'clock. The inn's mostly cleared out. It's you. There's a couple people still talking and drinking at a table in the corner. You notice the female that was working has made her way off, and Toblin's wiping down the bar and comes over to you. So, anything else I can get for you for the evening?
That I can think of, Toblin. Thank you.
No worries. Well, we'll be staying here tonight. I'm about to take off, so if you want a room, let me know. Otherwise, I'll have the next shift check with you.
I would like a room. Yes, I want to get an early start tomorrow.
No worries. Let's see. Currently available, I have one comfortable room I could give you for. I'm tired. Let's say a silver.
That works for me, Toblin. Thanks.
No worries. And assuming you hand him the coin, he takes it and hands you a key. And he says, "It's the second floor, the end of the hall on your right."
Thanks, Toblin. I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow.
No worries. I'll be here for another hour or so. Flag me if you need me.
I'm gonna take the key and then head off to bed, ready to start early the next morning.
You got it. Alright, so you make your way up. Your night passes fairly uneventful. we'll go ahead and we will jump back over to Gnomengrad in the morning. So, having received some items, given lodging for the night in Gnomengrad, our 4 party members sleep mostly peacefully through the night. Aiden, however, given the traumatic experience you had fighting some mimics the night before, or the day before, takes a pretty heavy toll on you. You spend most of the night tossing and turning, recounting the attacks, the battle, unable to really sleep. You're up most of the night just trying to work your way through that experience and try and get some rest. Unfortunately, you will not get the benefits of a long rest. If you have any remaining hit dice, you are welcome to spend them. As we make it to the next morning, you can give yourself a point of exhaustion. That being said, we will make it to the next morning. We'll say fairly early. You hear a knock upon the door, probably 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. Anyone up?
Already?
Wait, was this a long rest?
For everybody but Aiden.
Oh.
For everyone but Aiden.
Well, time to hit my long rest button.
The long rest button. 'Tis a wonderful button.
Tis a wonderful button that resets everything. Oh. Damn, I wish I had a song of sleep tight or something. Don't let the bed bugs bite song.
Well then.
So Aiden, for reference, until you successfully take a long rest, any ability checks or saving throws will be made at disadvantage.
That is exhaust point number 1. It only gets better from there.
So, what would you guys like to do, hearing this knock and call from your door?
Yes, we are up.
I start playing my lute with the 2 to get everyone up.
It's too early to start that rabble.
You hear from the other side, well, just let me know when you're ready. My name is Oren. I'm Norin. I'm Oren's younger brother. I'll escort you to the city when you're ready to go. Just let me know. I'll be out.
Okay, thank you. So I look at everyone and see who's still asleep. Wait, who is still asleep, actually? Is anyone still asleep, or are all of us up?
Well, we've got no other responses, so we can assume that Ixen and Aiden... Well, Ixen is still asleep. Aiden is not really.
I'd like to try out this hat and see if I can cast mending on my torn and acid-pocked clothing.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a check. DC 10.
Will do.
Can use this.
Does a 15 work?
Yes.
I believe it does.
Success. You are able to successfully cast mending from the hat using the one spot spell slot from it for the day. You are able to mend your clothes back to peak condition, we'll say, with that there, as they were before the match, before the battle.
I also look at my tattered clothes and use mend on myself.
Sure. You as well. Go ahead and expend your spell slot for that, and...
It's not
Mend
even a
is a
spell
cantrip.
slot. It's
oh, is it a cantrip as well? You got it.
Yeah.
I just have the special hat.
Yep. You got it.
Nice.
Sorry. So you as well, your clothes are returned as they once were.
Oh.
Albeit maybe a little smellier than before, because you haven't changed or bathed, but They look fine.
I go like, smell fine.
Speak for yourself.
You should smell yourself then.
I do, all the time. It's part
Should
of
we?
being me.
Well, in the meantime, should we get these two sleepy heads up?
Who are still asleep?
Ixon is asleep. Aiden really didn't sleep. So
I'll go get Aiden. You see if you can wake up the lizard. You're good at that kind of thing.
I go and like give a little maniacal laughter as I jog over to Ixon. I give a little poke on his face, saying, "Hey, Ixon, wake up."
Oh,
At least he's not naked.
it's just you.
Hey, it's time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Look over at him. He's beside my correct.
He is beside you, yes.
Yeah,
Better not be stepping on my hat, no.
your hat. What hat?
Down right next to the bed, along with my jacket.
My foot.
As you look down, Bink, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
10.
Nice.
Oh, fuck.
You have unfortunately put a foot right in the middle of his hat.
Can
You
I
missed
lie
his
to
robe,
him?
but you got the hat.
Can I lie to him and say, "Nah, I didn't step on it."
Make a
Well, he's
deception
still-
check.
Well, he's still stepping on that.
Wait, what did you say?
Make a deception check, and Ixon, you can make an insight check.
In the meantime, Aiden is sort of just
I got a
sitting on
24.
his bed.
Not I got
17.
I got 24.
Alright, so as he says this to you, Ixon, you, for the moment, having not taken the chance to look at your hat yet, can assume he's not lying to you so far.
Alright, I'm gonna sit up then.
Can I quickly get off his hat and fix it up really quick?
Make another dexterity saving throw for me as you try.
In the meantime.
I got a 25.
Yeah,
It was a
e-
19 plus 6. It's not a natural 20, so it's
Easy.
19 plus 6.
easy enough. You jump off, you fix the hat up real quick. Ixon, make one perception check for me. See if you catch any of this happening as you sit up.
15.
Nope. He is a quick, short-looking man. So, looking up, sitting up, you kind of glance over and notice that while he's close
Got
to
my
it,
hat in its hands.
while he's close to it, he has not stepped on it, and your hat looks roughly about where you left it.
Alright.
I
Pick
use
up my hat and my jacket and scarf and start.
ask him, "Hey, your clothes look a little tattered. Do you want me to fix them up really quick?"
Sure, just don't touch my hat.
Well, here's the thing. I have to actually make physical contact for me to use my mending.
Do it on my jacket and scarf.
Okay, fair enough. So I touch both of them and I fix them right up with my mending spell.
You got it. Any deformities, frays, or out of placedness is fixed and corrected. Your jacket and scarf are as you remember them previously, looking rather crisp. They look nice.
You sure
Thank
you want
you.
me to fix your hat?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Valeria's gonna saunter over to Aiden on the bed there. Well, it seems my job was made rather easy.
How exactly is that?
You don't seem in much need of waking.
I guess you could say that.
Another rough night?
Does it look that way?
It's written all over those very dark bags under your eyes. So yes.
By this time, I'm walking
I guess you
over
could make
to
the
where they
assumption.
are.
I am oh so wonderful at assuming and provoking assumptions in others. If last night was any indicator.
Don't you guys start worrying about me, I'll be fine. As Aiden proceeds to stand up, only to get hit with a wave of dizziness and immediately just sitting back down in his bed.
Immediate fatigue and yeah.
Yes. Even if I had not just a display of fineness in front of me, any female innately knows that saying you are fine means anything but.
Now is really not the time for your jokes.
Oh, it's not a joke. That is amusing.
This time with visible effort, he manages to get himself to stand on his own 2 feet.
Bravo! Now, let's see if you can get to the door.
Enjoy testing my patience.
Can I
Someone
see him
has to.
struggling?
If you're still at your bed, no. Because he has not really
I was
left his
walking
area.
over to where they were.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can catch a glimpse. He's not too far. It's pretty easy to see in. The curtain's been drawn back already by Valeria.
Let me see. Really quick.
If he
Are you-
stumbles walking to the door, I'm gonna try and help him.
Okay.
Speaking of trying to make it to the door,
Are you headed that way?
since he's fighting against this wave of fatigue, can I make a
Make a
Constitution's? Oh, okay.
No, make a dexterity check to see if feeling has returned.
Oh boy, with disadvantage.
Yes,
Oh
sir.
boy.
Oh, that's a 4. Oh well, 8. But nope, that's not it.
You're pretty shaky right now. You just woke up. You're still pretty fatigued. You're standing, but not well. So as you make it to the door, you're definitely kind of stumbling a little bit. Still trying to get your bearing for the day. So yes, Ixon, you do see that he is on his way to the door and is not going in a straight line. He's a little tilted, a little candering here and there.
I try and slip underneath of his arm, so that his arm's over my shoulder, and help him out.
He's going to resist.
All right, make opposing strength checks. Aiden with
Boys,
disadvantage.
boys. Must we fight this early in the morning?
15.
Nope, you're not beating a 24.
Nope,
All right.
you got it. So as you attempt to come over and slip your arm around to help him, he just kind of pushes you off, like, no.
I'm fine, Nixon. Just need some food in my
Yeah.
stomach. The funny part was the higher one was a nat 20.
Mhm.
It was only a 20 and a 19.
All right, so you are successfully making your way to the door. Anyone else?
I will follow behind.
I will
Oh, I
follow
don't think
second.
it's food. That will restore you, but you're welcome to try.
Yeah,
No response outside of that disgruntled sigh of annoyance.
you successfully make your way back to the door, and opening the door, you can see on the other side a chair has been pulled up, and there is a rock gnome sitting outside, and As the door opens, he turns. Oh, are we ready? Breakfast and then off on your adventures, I'm assuming?
If
Yes,
you
suppose.
would so kind.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes. No worries. So, follow me if you will. Follow me. And he kind of takes you guys back up to the barracks room that you rested in previously. And he says, this is the closest. Our kitchens aren't up and working this early in the morning. Most of us are night elves, as you call it. But we can make some food here. There's plenty around already, and you can see that there is in fact like a pot of stew going, and there's some ramshackled set up table of like eggs and some bacon and just little things here or there. So help yourself to whatever you like. Those of us that are up have already eaten. This is just what's still warm, so you're welcome to whatever.
What's it look like? What kind of food do it have?
There is like a beef stew simmering in the middle over a fire. On a table to the north, there's laid out some plates of eggs and bacon.
Okay.
Despite being exhausted, the smell of beef stew smells wonderful to Aiden at this very moment.
I'm going
just
for
starts
the
to
eggs.
vomit.
The second the bacon hits my nose, I launch straight for it. I take 30% of the bacon.
You got it.
That small son of a bitch taking.
Think, does the word sharing ring any bells?
Yes. Sharing is caring. Yes.
Do you even eat, or do you
Are
just
we
drink
caring
blood?
at this current moment?
Yes, I left plenty for you all. See?
Despite the smell being so enticing to Aiden's nose, as it enters his stomach isn't exactly as optimistic, so to speak. He's eating it, but he doesn't seem to really be devouring it, just taking small nibbles here and there.
No worries. You guys make your way through breakfast easily enough. Norn just kind of watches and says, well, when you're ready, I can take you back to the front gate.
Valeria just kind of watches the rest of the group as they chow down on things.
Yeah.
She-
Do you have any apple juice by chance?
No, I'm afraid not. We don't, there's not a lot of apples in the mountains.
Do you have any?
Do I notice that Valeria's not eating?
You can make a perception check if you'd like.
Yes, that is very curious.
Nope.
Yep. You're pretty focused on this food.
God damn. Now
Probably
Yeah,
making your own opinions about the chefs that made it.
I was actually about to roll perception as well. if you want.
Bink also realizes she ain't eating.
Huh?
I think you have to roll perception on that.
Two of you can make a perception if you'd like.
Yeah, 24. 19 plus
I got
5.
15.
All right, fair enough. So the two of you do notice that she's not eating. If you'd like, Valeria, you can describe what it is that you are doing in whatever terms you'd like.
Huh?
You just
Sorry.
like to describe what it is that you're doing while they're eating, as they are
Oh.
looking over and noticing that you're not eating with them, basically. Bink and Aiden.
Mostly just standing there. I've pulled out the book of ancient magic that we had looked at earlier, and am trying to study it to ascertain its secrets. Studying very intently.
Noticing the book from earlier that Aiden had also seen Valeria studying so intently, he's going to stop eating for a moment. You know, you can study that book a little later. There is food here. I don't exactly feel comfortable with you with not eating before we head out on our adventure.
Why, thank you, Mother, for checking in with me. she says, looking up.
You
I
really certain?
appreciate the concern.
You really certain you aren't hungry?
'Tis not that. I have already partaken in what I need. Unfortunately, my stomach is rather delicate when it comes to food. I prepare
Yeah.
special concoctions of my own so I can avoid indigestion when possible.
That is a very intriguing, I suppose. To each their own. However, I do wonder what is in that book you study so intently. I may not be that much for magic, but I'm certain it'd be quite a good read.
If you could understand the arcane formulae within, I sincerely doubt your capacity to do so. No offense, soldier boy.
Out of character, that book was draconic, correct?
It was. That doesn't mean you're gonna understand it. You can just read it.
Yeah, do you speak Draconic, Yankee?
He does.
That is his extra language.
Gotcha.
But I have a feeling to a fighter it'd be like trying to read a book of niche or
Yeah.
like Nietzsche without
Yeah,
knowing
you
anything
could-
about
you-
philosophy.
Yeah, you could easily make out the title of it when the two of you saw it. But as far as like what's in it, I don't think you've had the chance to look at it. But you know the title.
Can I make a roll at all, or is that just like yeah?
What, to try and read it?
Yeah.
Is she handing it to you to read?
No.
Then no.
I'm just if.
I mean, if you want to try and walk over and like look over her shoulder, or put your head in the book, you're welcome to try.
Yeah, I'll put my head over her shoulder just to read, see if I can understand anything of what the hell she's doing.
All right, Valeria, make a perception check for me.
Oh yes. With how tall are you?
Like 5'9".
Okay. You're honestly not that much taller. Okay. Perception check, you said?
Yep.
Alright. That's not perception, that's persuasion. There's the other P word. Will an 18 suffice?
Alrighty, easy enough. You do notice that he is staring at the book and making his way towards you and it. So if you'd like to take a reaction, you can.
I will do so. Is he already behind me or just
Nope,
walking?
he's almost there. He's trying to move around beside you right now, basically.
Valeria sidesteps and looks up at him. Is common courtesy not a thing you like to practice?
Well, you did say if I could. You're welcome to try, so I am trying.
Personal space also begs to disagree.
And I suggest you use a better wording next time, as he backs away.
Alright then. You're feisty when you're not feeling very well. It's amusing.
At this point, you guys
No,
hear
it's-
Norin. You guys, I mean, breakfast is... Looks like you've made your way through most of it. Are we heading out? Is there anything else you'd like to do before leaving our fine caves?
Are there any like rolls, biscuits, or
Nope.
Oh,
Bacon, eggs, and stew.
Ah,
Pretty simple.
Pretty nice meal for fine caves, man.
honestly.
my mouth full. I say to crap. I forgot what her name is. I forgot.
I'm assuming
Alright,
me.
well,
Yeah, you.
I'm gonna go
Valeria.
up to Norn and
Valeria.
be like, I'm ready to go.
Valeria.
All right, all right.
What was that? What was that staff you got that they gave to us before?
Staff? What's staff?
They gave you like a rod, like.
Make a deception
Along
check,
with-
Valeria.
Okay.
And Bink, you can make an insight.
Can I rely on wordplay with this one? Because it is not a staff.
You are lying to him. Beyond that, I will let you wordplay.
I got 15 plus 5, so 20.
No.
No!
So, Bink, you know when she says staff, what staff, that she knows what you're talking about at least. But beyond that, will be up to discussion.
Oh, with my mouth full of bacon, I'm like, so, did you say anything special about it?
Special? I suppose. It's a stick. Just a shinier stick than most. My personal staff is, well, not metal and not shiny.
Okay. Just wondering. And what was that second item they gave us? It looked like a trinket.
Exactly what you think. A pretty necklace with gears.
Okay. So I just end the conversation there then.
At this point, Ixen has walked up to Norn, let him know he's ready to go, and Norn is starting to make his way back to the staircase. He says, well, all who are leaving, we'll make our way. I've got a post to get to, so if we're ready.
That is the most anticlimactic natural one I've ever had. Score.
I'm not punishing too hard right now.
Well, the thing is, when you're doing persuasion and shit like that in this game, it's all down to what you're saying,
Oh, yeah.
and then the rolls to see if it makes enough sense.
Yep. Yeah, I'll let you guys, so just out of context here, I'm going to let you guys do, like, deception and insight for if you're lying to somebody else in the party, but, like, persuasion, intimidation, things like that, that'll be completely between talking points.
Okay.
The only time intimidation would really come into play is if you're, like, trying to physically intimidate using your presence. Then I will let you roll and let the other person see what you're doing, basically. But beyond that, yeah, the only thing I'm really going to check for is lies. So.
Okay.
Lies.
Fair enough.
Because, you know she's lying in real life, but your character might not, so.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
But yes, beyond that, is anybody else following Norn? How are we headed?
Slowly but surely he's following.
Well, he starts leading you back through the maze of these caverns, past the whirling blades, across the bridge to the river, back north through the room with the automated crossbow, back out to the front gate. Says, well, nice to have you, and we certainly appreciate your help with those creatures. If there's ever anything else we can do or assist you with. And he says, and here's this, by the way. And he holds out a rather sizable chunk of parchment and says, this is from the kings. It's general preparations and defensive natures, I've been told. I haven't looked at it, but I guess it was what you requested for your town.
Yes, I will take that. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, suppose you know the way back to Fandolin, but in case you missed it, just head north out of here. Once you make it to the feet of the mountain, you can go east, and it's only a couple hours back to Fandolin. Safe travels. Wish you the best. All right, any last minute things before we head back to Fandolin?
As Aiden steps into the sunlight, he just hits immediate headache as the sunlight just immediately just hurts his eyes. And he's gonna walk over to the water and sort of dip his hand into it and splash his face in hopes of just trying to energize him in some nature before beginning this trek.
You got it.
I feel like Aiden's like a recovering alcoholic every time he has a bad nightmare.
Are you alright?
Sorry.
There?
Just peachy.
I can't remember the last time I heard a peach enjoying itself.
Enough of your games already. Can we just go?
Games? I haven't even started yet.
And I'd rather you not attempt to.
No promises.
That's
Though
the best I can
Larry
hope for.
also kind of squints at the sunlight a bit. Has it always been this bright and annoying?
Oh, not a fan of the sunlight yourself suddenly.
I'm one for dark rooms with a candle at which I can read my books. Find it much more interesting. Oh, never mind. I have a solution to that. She pulls the wide-brimmed wizard hat out of her pack and sticks it on her head.
Facial shade.
Exactly.
Yes, it is quite the
Staying
bright
in-
morning, so.
Staying in dark rooms. And not enjoying the sunlight. You told me I'm the vampire.
Not the one who has trouble sleeping.
Perhaps.
Fair enough.
Said a few hours back to Fandolin.
You'll probably get there around noon if you guys are headed out now.
Would I be able to walk and study at the same time?
Yes.
With my nose in that book.
Yep, I will allow that. You can attune or any time-consuming easy things you guys are welcome to do.
I'd like to try to do my my spell learning here.
Yep. So I will say any material costs, just let me know.
I do already have parchment and stuff like that on hand, being
Okay.
that I have a scholar's pack.
Cool. You're good to go. And then I'll just, play a little honesty card here. Whatever gold cost is, I know there's a cost per spell. Just go ahead and deduct it.
Will do.
And
It's 50 per, I think.
Cool.
It's relatively expensive.
you got it. So anybody else taking actions as you are making your way back to Fandolin, leaving Gnomen?
Aiden, do you think you can walk back to Fandolin, or do you need a ride?
Don't start worrying about me now. We're fine.
Okay.
Valeria chimes in. He has 2 feet. He can make use of them.
As I always have.
And always shall.
I'm just continuing to get more and more suspicious, and I'm gonna keep an eye more and more on our wizard.
Okay.
She likes to push Aiden awfully hard, and I'm not sure I entirely like it.
Okay.
I
That's a
also
choice.
keep an eye on her, and more like, why is she so against it? Why is she so like for him just walking? He looks so tired.
Fair enough. So, leaving Nomengrad probably, we'll say around, I'm just guessing here, 8 o'clock or so. Normally, you'd know it'd take you about 2 to 3 hours to get back. Given the struggling pace of your fighter, we'll say 3 to 4. So you're looking at probably around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll make it back to Fandolin. So, keep that in mind as we will jump back to Raggar. Wanting to wake up early. What hour of the morning were you setting for yourself, sir?
Well, I went to bed around, like 8 o'clock at night. So
You sat and did plans for a while, so it was probably about
Okay.
10.
10, you said?
Yeah, because you said about an hour and a half or so working on plans.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, like 6 a.m.
Okay. Easy enough. So, 6 a.m. comes around. We've got about 5 hours to play with till your party makes it back. So, what are we working on?
All right, first half hour, I'd like to get, I guess, assume I have some sort of parchments or some sort of paper or something to write on.
Easy enough.
Post a,
Oh, so yeah, it's easy enough to find.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily have it on me, like, per se, but it's not hard to find. So,
No.
I'd like to scribble on a wanted ad for workers. And state that on it, paying 10 silver per day for, like, a certain allotment of time to help build this wall that I'm working on. I'm, searching for whoever, dwarves, humans, whatever, to help me acquire materials, as well as place them, whatever.
Yep.
However, that ad would be worded.
Yep.
Right. I want to put an ad up like that, essentially on the town board, first thing in the morning.
Cool.
And then I want to go and start working on taking this rock and these boulders and stuff that are all scattered around everywhere, and kind of molding them together into usable defenses, like bricks, so to speak, and building up the town.
Okay, so you're
starting with the entrances of the town, and then once I have the entrances done, doing the actual wall itself. If that makes sense.
Yep. Okay, so we'll say, are you grabbing breakfast in this time?
Yeah, I'll grab a short breakfast because I don't have any rations left.
Okay. So you make your way down, talk to Toblin. He's got a breakfast bar set up. He says 2 copper.
Yep, got it.
Have at thee. You grab a quick breakfast, bite to eat. As you're eating, you're finishing up your wanted poster. You're posting that, I'm assuming, on the town board, message board. All right. So, making your way south to the first entrance that you'd like to work on, you go ahead and post that. There's plenty of things there. Some tacks and stuff, nails. Easy enough to put up.
Do I see, when I'm looking at the board and I post it, is there any, do they all look the same, or are they all just, different, or, just look like a bunch of, scribbles on a wall?
The town board?
Yeah, the different postings. Do they all look the same?
Oh, there's no postings up right now. So
Okay.
It's pretty much a blank slate. Just a big sheet of plywood, essentially. Or with some corkboard.
After I put my posting on there, I want to write, urgent on the top.
Okay. Easy enough. Alright, so you set a course for the southern entrance near where the orcs were slayed the previous day. You're going to get to work on a nice sized archway and kind of build up the wall just a little bit there to get a nice entrance to the town. You're wanting this archway to give me some rough dimensions, how tall do you want it to be?
Tall enough for somebody to walk through. So, at the highest point in the arch, probably about 8 feet. Lowest point in the arch, maybe 6.5. So, tall enough for somebody of average or tall stature to walk through comfortably, but not so short that it feels cramped. That makes sense.
Yep, and I'm assuming probably at least 1 to 2 blocks thick.
Yes.
Okay. So, we'll say you set to work probably around 7 o'clock. I'd say making the whole archway, go ahead and make I'd say a tinkering check, but you don't really have tinkering, so let's just say a dexterity check. Just trying to utilize your spell in a way and kind of figure out how to get everything to stick.
16.
Okay, fair enough. You drop a couple blocks here and there. You got to reset a few things. So we'll say for the whole archway, a nice completed couple stone thick, 10 foot tall at the highest archway. Given that the road is about 15 to 20 feet wide, allowing that much space, it'll probably take you, we'll just round up, we'll say about 4 hours. It'll get you to about the time everybody else is coming back. Within the 4 hours, you have not had any villagers approach you. Nobody has come to you about the ad, but definitely make a note to check on it at the town board at some point.
Okay.
So, that being said, all right, it's about 1 o'clock. The day is, the sun's high. Things are looking fairly well. Raggar, you do notice coming up the trail, probably 100 or so, maybe 200 yards out, just because you've been focused. You do see some shapes starting to appear. A few minutes go by. Go ahead.
Where am I? I'm still at the south entrance.
Yep.
Is that where all the orc stakes are?
You don't know that.
So,
We'll see when we come in.
as that is happening, Raggar, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay, I don't know why I'm saying it. Everybody can see my roll anyways. Hey, 25.
Okay. You are able to notice that, given the shapes, the speed, and how they're approaching, they become slightly more visible. You are able to make out that this is, in fact, the rest of your party. One of which, the human fighter, is a little slower, not quite as rigid and sturdy as he normally is. The four of you, however, as you're approaching town, if each of you could make a perception check for me.
I actually want to do something when I can.
Yeah, let me just get their rolls real quick.
Making a perception check?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a 14.
Oh, I'm fighting with D&D Beyond right now to add spells past my theoretical max known. It's
Aiden,
fun.
was that at disadvantage?
I thought it was just ability checks.
That is an ability check.
Oh, okay.
It is an ability check.
Well, fuck me. Okay. You roll another one. Okay.
That's my second natural one.
God.
Okay then.
Wow.
I am so engrossed in my book that I'm not paying attention to anything else.
All right.
Everything's fine.
So we will pause with your checks for just a moment. Raggar, what would you like to interject?
To grab a head of an orc. If I can. The rod
Oh.
works.
None of
Well,
them.
go ahead.
I was gonna say none of them were beheaded. So if you'd like,
Oh.
you can try and take the head off of one.
Right now, as we walk up.
You know what? Never mind. Forget that. I'll just climb up on top of the wall.
Okay, easy enough.
I want to be sitting on the archway.
Like on top of it, 10 feet up.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I guess it'd be more like 12 or 13, but whatever. Tiny things. Okay, so that being said, as you guys are approaching the town, Valeria, yes, you are very in tune with that book right now, and that is taking beyond making sure that you're still in step and near your partners. That's about all you got going on right now. Aiden, you as well. You're a little preoccupied. You're kind of watching the ground to make sure that you don't meet it. Ixon, you're pretty much focused on watching.
I'm intent on the wildlife.
What was that?
I'm intent on the wildlife.
Yeah. Checking out the wildlife. Keep an eye on your wizard. Your focus is pretty divided. Bink, however, on the other hand, you are just able to make out outside the walls of Fandalin. There appears to be some bodies that are either hoisted or hanging on something just outside. Well, something you didn't notice before, a rather large stone archway. As you guys are coming a little bit closer.
I say, hey guys, do you see that? What are those?
What are you on about?
Please
Pink?
describe it.
It looks like something's posted outside the town. Like
You're
a
going
body,
to have to be
like a body of some sort.
As you guys are walking, this is becoming, for those of you that want to look and follow his finger, it is becoming more visible. You can make out now that there are bodies that are hoisted.
Ah, okay.
I point my magical wand stick at it. I say, that thing over there, and then I blast my stick forward with that loud ass firework noise.
All right.
No way I don't notice this.
And then Aiden fucking just gets incredibly pissed off with the sound of such fucking loud ass shit right next to him in his grumpy state.
And I start tooting
Your fireworks go out about 60 feet. It's probably about halfway to these bodies now. Raggar, you definitely notice it. You're watching the party. You see as suddenly some bright bursts of light and this relatively loud, sizzling, popping, crackling noise is now happening in front of your party.
Oh yeah, just to quickly remind you, you said every.
Can I as a reaction stealth?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll a stealth check. And yes, Bink, every morning it regains all of its charges.
That's
I
6
believe.
charges now.
I think it was a total of 7.
A total of 7, so I just used
Yep.
1, so now I have 6.
Yep.
Again.
Yes.
27. That was a 17 plus 10.
Yeah. So
I
I will keep that in mind as the party approaches. If any of you would like to make a check before getting to the bodies to
Sure.
see what they are, you are welcome to.
Sure.
Is that another perception?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nope.
By the way, Chris, just as a side note out of character, I realized I didn't have an,
20, natural 20.
I didn't have an
25.
item equipped. When we were doing the 12-hour, the item I got, that was the Stone of Good Luck, which gives me a +1 on my ability checks.
Yep.
I attuned it, but I forgot to actually attune it in D&D Beyond.
Oh, gotcha.
So I haven't been using it at all, and when I was looking through my items, just kind of in the downtime, I realized that. So I tuned it. That's why it's +10 instead of a +9.
Yep, no worries.
Alright.
Alright, so we got a perception from Bink and Ixon and Aiden who are trying to look. So, that being said, Bink and Ixon, you can make out now, as you're getting closer, that these bodies are in fact the bodies of deceased orcs. However, that is all you see around right now. You see some strung up orcs and an archway that is new leading into the town.
Oh, let's see. Dang, I thought it was a natural 20. I'd be able to see a little
Natural
more.
20 doesn't mean you see everything, Xavier.
Oh, okay. I thought that'd make me the
I see.
No, if you were
No,
if
that's not the way that it works.
if
There's
you
no
were-
natural
20 is just the best possible circumstance,
yeah,
typically.
if you were looking for Raggar, it might have worked, but you weren't. You were just looking at what was around. So,
In that
okay.
situation, there's no reason why you'd be looking for me.
Very true, very true.
so that being said, you guys are approaching now. You've covered a little more distance. You're probably about 50 or 60 feet away. Bink, you know pretty much right off the bat that these are now orcs. The rest of you are still kind of, you're starting to get that inclination as you're getting closer.
I equipped my loot.
You don't have to equip an instrument, I don't think.
No, just pull it out.
I whip it out from my magical
no.
sack.
Do I smell anything at this point?
Yeah, did any of us?
You can make a perception for smelling. You're coming up on it at this point.
Larry would not be looking up at this
Or
point. So
perception.
Yeah.
that's,
A
the,
perception.
that's the way she'd know.
Oh, that's a nat. Those are 2 nat ones. Oh my god. What the fuck?
Congrats! Welcome to the Nat Ones.
What
Isn't it great?
What the?
How do I get? Oh Jesus, that is not okay.
God. I'm
just gonna-
scared.
Can I fall over?
I
Can
feel
I
like
fall over?
that's the worst possible roll you could ever get in this game.
Oh wait, I just rolled a d20. Not, that's a 13, I guess.
Was I not paying attention, or why is my max health at 20?
I don't know.
No clue, dude.
Okay, I don't know why it's that, but I gotta bring it back to 30.
Alright, this is a pain in the butt. I am just going to add notes of what my extra frickin' spells I know are, because this game is being ridiculous.
No worries, no worries.
Ridiculous.
This is why I find D&D Beyond very annoying.
I think you're just extra particular for no reason.
Nah, I get it.
When it's
So, that being said, let's see, Ixon and Valeria, there is a bit of a pungent smell that is kind of, it's not hitting you in the face, but you definitely, something is not quite what it was before, and it's not pleasant.
These
Aiden-
bodies weren't properly disposed of.
Aiden, you, however, please roll me a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage.
+7 modifier. Please help me out here.
Well, this is going to be a relatively high DC. Yeah.
That's another nat 1. So yeah.
Yeah, no. You unfortunately get this sudden wave of staunch decay, and you start gagging. And it's what little breakfast you were able to get down is trying its best not to stay down.
Ah, great.
You managed to keep it in, at least for now. But
Yeah.
so we'll say at this point you guys have come up on to these piked orcs. You're probably within about 20 to 30 feet of this new town arch.
So is it like
do I-
Vlad, basically? Vlad the Impaler kind of thing?
Yeah. There you
So,
go.
Chris, as they're approaching, do I notice them? I mean, obviously, I would think I do.
Oh yeah. You
right?
noticed them when they first came up, so easy enough. You've been watching them.
Okay, so when they get within like 20 feet, I want to say something.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at now. So go ahead.
Alright. So kind of like sitting on top of the column, somehow stealthily like a gargoyle, I guess. Oh, you guys are finally back from your trip. Welcome back. I see Aiden had a poor night's sleep again. What a surprise. Say, Aiden, I know you're not feeling well. However, you gotta think, even with the bad smells and everything, it's quite a good sight for you, isn't it?
So you guys do suddenly realize that Raggar's here.
As Aiden looks upon the orcs, he just does not respond to Raggar whatsoever. He just does not respond.
He's in La La Land right
Fighting. No, it's not even that. He's in rage mode. Not even looking at these things. And after trying his best to keep his food from trying to come out of his stomach.
How many orcs are there, by the way?
Or
4.
4?
Yep.
Oh. Raggar, you're pretty impressive. You've done 4 orcs by yourself.
Not by myself. I had a couple of local farmers help me, but they distracted them long enough for me to get a few good shots in, 2 I think, and then from there I got frustrated because I missed a shot, so I jumped in. You can see that orc as I point to like whatever one was the last one I killed, Chris.
Yep.
I took a couple good stabs at him and slit his throat. Pretty sure he was the leader. I don't know.
They deserved worse.
Well.
Valeria finally looks up from her book and takes a look around. Oh, that's the horrible smell. How
Indeed,
barbaric.
it is absolutely terrible. Glad I'm downwind, or not downwind. Sorry, upwind.
I
I'm
take
just
out-
gonna say that, Chris. You can, whatever the wind actually is.
No, it's fair enough. It's going south.
Okay.
I
So,
take out some extra bacon.
And well, you guys have been on your quest, doing whatever. I don't even know what you guys were doing. You look a little bit worse for the wear. Actually, do I even know that? Can I take a perception check to see how they look?
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
Okay, 16.
Okay, fair enough. You can see that beyond really Aiden looking pretty, generally tired and beat up, everybody else actually looks, given the mending spells, pretty clean and put together. They don't look any really worse for wear physically than they were when they left.
All right, so then let me pull that back. What I just said. Well, you guys look bright and chipper. Besides, Aiden over there, which I don't know. We all know he has sleeping problems, but so what were you guys up to while you were gone? As I kind of like make my way down the column, like to get on their level.
Yeah, go ahead and make a acrobatics check for me.
Oh my god, really?
Getting up was pretty easy, but
Okay. I rolled a 26, so I do a fucking double backflip.
yep, easy enough.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, then.
Whatever you want to do.
No, that's fine. You very nimbly make your way down the side and to the ground to meet your friends.
While doing a backflip.
If you'd like to jump down, you certainly can, but there'll be another check for that.
Nope, I'm good.
Do a jump.
That's a trap I've been lured into way too many times. Anyway, so I come down and say, so you guys look fresh and chipper. What were you up to?
Well, the thing that was terrorizing the rock gnome ended up being 2 mimics.
Oh. 2?
Yep.
Yes. One of them molested me.
Well, I don't know what to say about that, but I've never seen 2 mimics close to each other. I mean, they're pretty selfish creatures, so that's kind of interesting. I'm just gonna say that, Chris, from what I know about mimics, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, it was definitely odd. Though nobody really questioned it, it was definitely odd.
Okay.
Well,
So,
to me, they didn't really seem sentient.
well, mimics are smarter than you think. And I'm just out of character, Chris. I'm just gonna kind of roll with this that I have some moderate knowledge of mimics, not like not a ton, like to the T, but enough to like think that what they're saying is weird.
No, yeah, it's fine. You've made a couple checks for mimics, so you've got a pretty good understanding of them.
Okay. So, anyways, back in character. Well, that's kind of odd. They don't really seem to stick together. They're pretty selfish creatures. But, so what ended up happening?
Well, we're all alive. Mimics are dead.
It's a rather grim response, but okay.
Wanted to eat us, so we just killed them first. Is that
find
not
anything
what we did
interesting?
with these orcs?
Everything that we had that
alright.
was interesting was given to the wizard.
Sorry, so let me back up. So I guess Larry's question first, right? What was your question? I didn't hear you because I was talking at the same time as you talked.
I just said, they wanted to eat us, so we just killed them first. Is that not something you did with these orcs here? Or something similar?
I was actually in the middle of investigating the townmaster when I heard a commotion at the gates yesterday, and I came over to check and see what was happening. A woman and her child ran past me. I don't know what that was about, but at the gate stood 4 looks like farmers or townsfolk, and to repel these 4 orcs that came up, they were talking something about. I'm just gonna go ahead and real quick, Chris, since everybody said it, just kind of explain what I heard from them and what their intent was and everything.
Yep.
And
Assuming
then after
you guys
that,
are paying attention.
huh?
I said, assuming everybody else was paying attention.
Yeah. Is there anything that anyone's not clear on with that?
No.
So I think we have another threat actually, which is why you see this wall behind you. Not just for the orc threat, but also Cryovane. I've started a little bit of a project here while you guys were gone. As I proceed to like fill them in on my discussions with Toblin and with Harvin or whatever his name is, townmaster. My plans and what I plan to do. However, I do. I don't fill them in on all the details, just the necessary things. So brief.
Yep. Yeah, he kind of just walks you guys through what he's been doing and working on and what's going on, so take from that what you will.
So we've both had interesting times.
Indeed.
Good to know you were not bored, I suppose.
Bored at the start, yes, but I found something to do. This time productive. Maybe not next time, but I have quite a bit of work ahead of me. I posted in, as I laugh, unlike, us where we're usually looking for work, I'm actually looking for workers. I need some help to build these fortifications, and I'm going to walk up to the group. I'm assuming everybody's close by, and sort of lay out this map, these plans I've drawn out, and sort of explain to them what I want to do with the town, how I want to rebuild the wall, and actually have this offer this town some sort of fortification. And my plans to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you guys all heard what I said, so I'm gonna assume you guys understand. So that's what I plan to do. I don't need your guys' help, but this is what I'm planning to do. I'll hire help if need be.
Well, I do have something to add to this.
What's that?
Through our exploits in dealing with the rock gnomes that we have just come back from,
Rock gnomes?
they have... Yes.
What are rock gnomes? I don't think
They're
I've ever
gnomes
encountered
who live
them, right?
underground.
They play electric guitars.
And they
That's
have
out of
nice
character, by the
So
way.
like,
You have not
so
seen
like
rock
gnomes,
gnomes.
but they're
They're like
rocky.
gnomes. They're like gnomes,
They're
but they
along
have...
the
Right.
lines of drow to elves, except not invariably evil.
Can I try to think, Chris, to see if I know anything about rock gnomes?
You can make a history check, sure.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying I would, but maybe.
No, it'll be a pretty high
Okay,
check.
9.
Nope, they sound like gnomes, just rockier.
Ah! So like Bink, right?
Essentially, just a little darker skin.
I mean, there was a gnome there, technically, yes.
Well. What did you guys come
They
across
are-
in your travels? Like, just rock gnomes and mimics? That does not sound like a fun time. I don't like mimics. Did you guys know?
If
That's
you
some
will
bad
stop
run-ins with
talking
them.
for a moment, I can explain.
Sorry, go ahead.
She shakes her head. They want to invent things, and there was a quest on the board before we set out, detailing a want for help from them from the townmaster. I have the drawings of plans that are to be used to build defenses for the town that you could incorporate into your wall plan.
Can
as
I
well
see
as
them?
we can probably get a payment from the townmaster. You're welcome to take a look. She pulls out this large parchment folder out of her bag and hands it over to you.
I look it over out of character. Well, not out of character, but narration. I kind of look it over. I guess
Alright.
am I able to like understand what I'm looking at, Chris?
You can. We'll get to that. So as you're taking it and beginning to thumb through it and look at it, I would like everybody to make a perception check.
Ooh.
Aiden, you have disadvantage. Don't forget.
24.
13.
Moment. Gotta go back to my character sheet because I'm busy making a homebrew feat to add frickin' more spells.
No worries.
Why do they have to make that so difficult? Alright, let's see what we got here. Oh, 19.
All right, so Raggar and Valeria, as you guys are exchanging paperwork and getting to this point in your conversation, the two of you just kind of slightly make out this sound off in the distance. It kind of sounds like a roar or a scream of something terrible, and both of you notice in the sky, a little ways off but headed towards you, this figure in the air. Looks like a bird, but it's getting bigger and closer and closer. And we'll take a pee break. And we will take a pee break.
Yay!
I
Okay.
know me senses are tingling.
As we return, our party has made it back to Fendalen, having some conversation, talking about the goings-ons. Upon exchanging a new pamphlet of defensive information, Valeria and Raggar have both caught sight and sound of something approaching in the sky. They do notice that this figure is growing larger and larger, and it's coming at quite an extreme rate of speed at the moment. But I was asked about a reaction, yes?
Yes.
Yes, you may make a reaction at this time. I will give both of you one reaction.
I'm gonna go invisible.
Oh my god.
I am going to try and duck. Alright, when you say reaction, like, am I allowed to make a physical movement and communicate?
I will give you one use of your movement and one action. Is what I'm giving you
Okay,
right now.
I am going to run behind the wall. This archway, this partial wall, I guess I built, and then tell everybody to get behind the wall.
Alright, so this is what you've mustered so far if you tune in. There's not a whole lot that you've managed to build off of it yet. So there's still kind of like the ruin stuff that's about maybe 5 feet up.
Yep.
So, that being said, the rest of you do hear that. However, at that time, given the speed, the surroundings, everybody else could make a second perception check for me to see if you're surprised.
It's the Dargan.
Not okay.
And
We would be
I got
surprised
that.
even if he communicated to us.
Given the speed and the sudden, yes. But this will be a pretty low check. And you can roll with advantage because you were warned.
It's like it's
Thanks.
not the greatest thing
So
to
would
do,
that
but
just
we
be a
tried to roll.
regular roll for me then?
Yes.
Okay. Then my higher, the first one was a 17, I think. I just saw 2 dice this roll.
But do I get 2 rolls or just one?
Yep, you still get 2.
Okay,
'Cause
so
you
I
do
got
get
my
the advantage.
second one was an 18.
Okay.
Yeah, I basically.
Yeah, because he helped you, he warned you, it gave you an advantage on this check.
23.
Alright. So, given that, the 3 of you are now aware and were able to turn and see, landing just outside of Fandalen, next to the piked up orcs, you do see a rather large white dragon.
Ah, piss!
Go ahead and roll initiative for me, please.
Ah, piss!
Oh god.
Was I
Oh!
allowed to move anywhere? I did do my
Yes, you can take a
ability.
movement if you'd like.
Uh-oh.
Alright, that's the dragon.
I'm also, to be fair, behind the wall.
Yeah.
Or whatever's there. Oh, okay, I couldn't see it, sorry.
This
I'm gonna
is-
move behind the other side of the wall.
I don't want to
You
go
got
for
it.
it.
I can.
Oh, why is it
Well,
not
actually,
20?
we'll go
11.
into plain sight a little bit, directly to the right because I'm invisible, so I want to see what's going on easier.
Can I also move? Am I able to move by chance?
Fuck.
No, you guys did not get reactions. You did not make your first perception check. You had no
Oh,
clue.
that first one. Okay.
That was the surprise round, basically.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
This is, I do not want to roll 24 here. No, I didn't. Oh, can I?
Initiative.
Can I choose to go second?
No.
Unless someone rolls
I got
higher. No.
15.
Alright, is that everybody? I need Bink for initiative, please.
Not okay.
You got mine, Chris. 11.
I got 20. Not natural though.
Alright. So, we're going to have... Give me a second while I write this out. And Bink. Dragon. Who's next? We have Valeria. Raggar Dixon. Okay. He has 196. Okay. So, bring us to the top of the round. You, as a party, have now seen this large white dragon landing outside of Fandolin. He's actually a little bit closer. I don't want to stretch the screen super much. Yes, you do see him landing. Bring us to the top of the initiative order. That will give us Aiden.
I don't want to go.
You are more than welcome to
Hey, buddy.
hold your movement or hold your action. But you are, in fact, top of initiative right now.
Sadness. Okay. Let me think. Let me see what I want. Is there any, like... Are there trees around us? Just a quick question.
No, this is pretty open, grassy area.
Okay.
Really, the only cover beyond going farther into town is the archway that was created.
Okay. What do I want to use? Do I want to keep my longsword or do I want to use my bow? Oh, wait, I don't have my crossbow because that fucker Bank still has it, so I'm stuck with the longsword.
Yeah.
Fuck. Fuck.
Is that like nervous laughter? Because it's not a good thing.
That is definitely nervous laughter. Oh, fuck. I don't want to go.
Talk about Xavier, not you.
Fuck me. Alright,
Maybe.
you can move me 30 feet. You can move me like 10 feet forward and then another 10 feet to the left. And, well. So how exactly would I like hold it? I guess you told me before how to hold an action, but I've sort of forgotten about it a little bit.
Yeah, so if you hold your action, you can set a premise and tell me what you would like to do with your action if that premise happens. So, like, for instance, if a creature comes within 5 feet of me, I would like to attack it. So if that premise happens, you get to take that action. If that premise never happens, then you do still get to take your action before your next turn. You can just say, fuck it, forget the premise, I'm going to take the action that I told you, but it has to be possible.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. If a creature comes within 5, I'll hold my action for if a creature comes within 5 feet of me, then I shall attack.
Okay. Fair enough. So you're readying an attack.
Yes.
That will bring us to Bink.
So how far is this exactly?
The dragon's probably about 50 feet away from you at this point.
Can I use my crossbow? My lent crossbow. Oh. Hello.
Yeah, you
can
said
hear
you're
you.
using your crossbow?
Oh, it just went totally silent for a second there. It scared me.
Oh, no, sorry, I was just listening. You're making an attack. So,
Okay, so yeah, no, I'm gonna use my crossbow and yeah, I'm gonna shoot it in between the eyes.
alright. Make a ranged attack roll.
Give me 1 sec.
So I'm pretty sure you're not proficient with. So I believe that gives you disadvantage. I'm not worried about it though. Just see what Beyond does.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up for some reason. Oh wait, my fault. Okay, now it should be showing up. There we go. Okay. I don't know why it wasn't showing up before. Wow. Natural 1 plus 6.
Ay, vey.
Alrighty. So you
Oh god.
pull up your crossbow to make a strike. Go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw for me real quick.
Oh, fuck. Stop using my fucking crossbow.
Got a not natural 20.
All right. So loosing this bolt,
Jeez.
trying your best to aim it at the dragon, you just narrowly miss clipping your friend Ixen next to you.
Oh god.
As the bolt sinks into the ground at his feet, as you pulled the trigger a little too quickly in the process of pulling it up to aim it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
Stop using my fucking crossbow.
I'm sorry. I was scared. I panicked.
It's not meta, guys.
Swear to God, Bink, if you use my hat.
At which point, will
Oh god.
bring us to the dragon's turn.
Oh fuck! I thought. Oh boy.
Dragon, having landed, looks at you as a party and says, I appreciate you offering this food for me. I will graciously take it. As he moves forward to about here, and you watch as he just devours 3 of these orcs. Their dead bodies, just gulps them down. And begins to move just a little bit closer to the next one. And that'll bring us to Valeria.
Frick. I'm gonna
Wait.
cast mage armor,
Boy.
which does not break my invisibility because I'm not attacking. And I'm try to ascertain. Well, that would be another action, wouldn't it? Never mind.
Always like, well,
I'm gonna move out like 10 feet from the wall to see. Try to get a good idea of generally how big this guy is.
Alright, so you're just moving forward.
To the right. Yeah.
Cool.
Is that dragon covering like a 3x3 grid or something right there?
Yep.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's
He big.
As you,
huge.
Big.
as you look upon this dragon in front of you, while you've been told that Cryovane is a young white dragon, this certainly kind of fits that description, but he's pretty big. Bigger than the tails, assuming this is Cryovane. You're not sure, but it doesn't look ancient, but it is a large white dragon by any standard.
Oh boy.
So, anything else for you?
That'll be all.
That will bring us to Raggar.
So, question about my charlatan background, false identity.
Mm-hmm.
To what extent can I use that, like, on the fly? So, like, if I was to pose as something different than I am, like, on the fly, can I do that or no?
I mean, at the moment, you would look like Raggar, but you could try and talk to it like not Raggar. I mean, he doesn't know who you are, so he's not going to know any difference from your normal. But as far as, like, using, like, an outfit or putting on a disguise or something like that, it would take you at least a minute to put that on.
Okay.
And that would be the only action you could take.
I'm gonna walk out and ask it what its name is, and tell it that I put these meals here for it.
Alright, which way are you headed?
I'm gonna walk to the right 1 square and up 2.
Okay. As you shout this out, he just kind of looks at you and says, Cryovane. And thank
fuck.
you.
You're welcome. I posted these on pikes, and you can do with them what you want. They were, I guess, attackers. I don't know. I found them, and orcs are a problem here sometimes for us, so I posted them on pikes.
You just get a quick thanks as he's kind of eyeing you. That's definitely 6 seconds. So if there's any other movement or action you'd like to take,
I mean, can I take a perception check? I guess it's not. No, I haven't used an action. Can I just like try to get like a better like understanding of him? Can I look at him better? Or, I don't know.
I mean, you can make
You
can make a perception check. Just tell me what you're looking for.
I want to see what his demeanor is. Whether he looks angry, whether he looks like he wants to kill us, whether he like is just here because he's hungry. If he's telling the truth, what he's saying.
Yeah, go ahead and make a
I'm
perception.
trying to gather more general information.
Sure. If you want something, if you want to look at something physical about him, perception. If you want to know something about the way he's talking to you, insight.
Insight. 20.
All right.
Non-natural.
He seems like generally pleased, pretty nonchalant, and he's just like, this made my life easy today. That's about what you gather. Like he's not like ecstatic, but he's like, cool, free food, I'll take it.
Okay. I guess as a bonus action, did I have my weapons drawn? I never said anything. I don't have weapons out, right? I never said anything. I didn't.
You could have pulled them out on your way behind the pillar if you'd like. I won't take that away from you.
Okay, let's just say I had, and I'm gonna put them away.
Okay.
And then just that ends my turn.
Cool. That will bring us to Ixen.
So, what we say, it only is able to be about 6 seconds, so no talking long-winded.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a huge conversation, but I'll let you get a few lines out if you're trying to talk.
I think I'm gonna step closer to.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Which way are we going?
Probably about halfway in between where I am, where he is.
So like here-ish? Cool.
Cryobane. That can't satisfy. As far as I know, those corpses have been there for about a half a day, and they seem to be rotting. Bring me, or if any more orcs come in, and we kill them, if I know you're coming, I can prepare them accordingly. Unless you like your food raw.
He looks at you, looks at the orc, and he's like, you're right. You look much more tasty.
Oh, fuck!
Anything else, sir?
Yes.
Can't say I didn't see that one coming.
Oh, fuck.
Can I use a reaction to interject?
Sure, you can burn your reaction to say something.
Okay. I'd like to say he may look more tasty, but he's much better at preparing tasty food.
Cryovane says, I'll be the judge of that. Alright, Ixen, anything else?
Going to hold I'll hold like burning hands at first level.
Alright.
In case he decides to be threatening and throw an attack my way.
Oh, because a dragon in front of us isn't threatening.
Okay.
It didn't seem threatening.
Well, yeah.
Until you judged its choice in food. Okay, anything else?
No, dude.
Not. And that will bring us back to the top
My
of the
job to judge food. What do you mean?
All right, that'll bring us back to the top of the round with Aiden.
Oh god. Hey, oh fuck me. Jeez, I really wish I had my crossbow and I didn't know why. Can you pull up the grid, please, so I know just how far exactly I am from Ixon? Thank you.
You're about 35 feet would put you next to him.
Damn it. Okay. I'll move 20 feet towards Ixon, and then 2 feet up, or 10 feet up.
You got it.
And yeah, I'll hold the action as the same stipulation as last time. So if he moves to attack me, then I will attack.
Okay.
I'm not trying to start the altercation. I'm not.
Obviously, none of us are trying to start an altercation.
Hungry.
Some of us are trying to persuade the dragon. Some of us are trying to be
Food for the dragon.
accomplices.
I'm like,
I'm not here.
I'm sorry. I had to.
I'm not here.
Be nice.
All right. Anything else, Aiden? You said you're holding, right?
Yeah, I'm holding.
All right.
Good.
Binky boy.
You have to assume that a paladin and a ranger got past this dragon without getting killed. So
Outside of character. I will also tell you that they were also much farther in the storyline when they defeated him.
No, frick. In other words, we kind of yeah.
Bink, what are we doing? Are you alive?
Xavier.
Sorry. I have sleep. Sorry. I'm gonna. I'm gonna move behind Ixon and reload the crossbow.
God.
Like here?
Yeah.
Okay. Any bonus action or additional movement?
Yeah, I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration on Ixon.
Okay. So Ixon, you get a D6, I believe, right now.
do I put that anywhere or just keep it in my...
I think it's ability checks, isn't it?
It's an Oh, you mean like to keep track of it? I don't know where it goes on D&D Beyond. I'm not sure.
It's to the left of your health points where you put like healer damage. There's a thing that says inspiration, but I think Bardic Inspiration gives you a 1d6 to your ability checks.
Yeah, it's a D6 right now.
To add to one ability check, attack roll, or a saving throw.
Yep. So yeah, just keep it in mind if you want. You can add a D6. Last an hour, I think.
Yeah, lasts an hour. Yeah.
Cool. That it, Bink?
Yeah, that'll be it.
Alright, so, as is the nature of white dragons, they enjoy freezing their prey before they eat it. So, he's going to step up.
EDDM giving us a chance to survive.
He, 10, 20, 30, yeah, he's going to use his ice breath. And I need Ixon, Bink, and Raggar
Oh, oh
to
no.
each make a Constitution saving throw.
Which
Oh
case,
my
the
God.
burning hands goes off.
How does a
After
ring of
his
cold
action.
resistance- how does a ring of warmth affect this saving throw?
It has resistance, so you'll take half damage. If you save from the throw, then you'll take half of that.
Okay, I rolled an 11.
Grant, easy.
Wait, you said Constitution, right?
Yep.
How would it not be Dexterity?
Do a Constitution save, not a Constitution check.
Oh. Oh, I see.
And because it's cold damage. That's why it's Constitution, not...
Well, 13.
Okay. So, I will let you know all three of you failed. Those of you with Rings of Warmth will still take half damage. But I will roll that, so give me just a minute here.
Jesus.
Alright, I'm gonna mess with my character sheet on this character builder for the most part, but I'll roll on D&D Beyond for you.
Yep. Okay. So... that is a total of... 48 damage. Cold damage.
Fuck. Oh, fuck.
Fun.
So those of you with cold resistance will take 24 points of cold damage.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. I think we have some, I'm gonna just stop talking, because...
Alright. So, let me know if any of you are unconscious.
I'm not.
Well, yeah, obviously you're not.
Somebody's gonna be.
Somebody has to be, there's no way.
Bink, how you looking?
I'm sorry. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm half, like, falling asleep right now.
That's okay. Do you have cold resistance?
Pretty sure I gave
I
Bink
do
a ring.
not know how to... Dude, you did not give me a ring. Or that's why I don't ever remember receiving a ring. Of any sorts.
Ruh-roh.
Alright. Ixon, I don't believe you have a ring, do you?
Nope.
Alright, so Ixon and Bink are now unconscious.
Boy.
I don't even know how to bring up my max health. It only let me bring up my max health to 35 again or whatever. How much damage did that do?
48. You're unconscious.
Oh yeah, I am unconscious.
Ouch.
Now.
So, Bink is unconscious. Ixon is unconscious. Raggar took 24 points of cold damage. That will bring us to Valeria.
Okay.
Diversion tactics?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Ixon, I will let you get off your reaction attack. He would make it at the same time that he was coming down to breathe on you.
Okay.
We'll say it was simultaneous.
A dexterity saving throw 14. 10 if not, and 5 if you succeed.
Dexterity. Well, he has a +0, so he did not succeed, so he will take 10 damage. He's big and not very dexterous. Okay. Alright, so go ahead and move forward then, Valeria.
Alright, well. This is not looking great, and though I could have various feelings about certain party members, we're going to divergent tactics. I am going to try to cast Witch Bolt at level 2 to attack the dragon.
Okay.
And I will be making an attack roll for this.
You got it.
For which I'm going to, well, let's see. Go to Beyond here. Okay, we'll just roll. Where's the attack? Here it is. Bolt at second. Oh, that's damage dice. We ignore that.
No worries.
That's a 22 to hit.
22 does hit.
Okay. Then I'm gonna do my damage dice. 9 damage. Lightning damage.
Okay.
As this beam of bolts kinda shoots at him. And is now linked between me and the dragon.
You got it. Anything else?
That'll be all.
Alright, that will bring us to Raggar.
Wait,
Raggar
how
is
far
good.
away am I from the dragon?
10, 15, 20,
I need
20.
to be within 30 feet.
Yeah, we'll say this is about 30 feet. It's close enough.
Okay.
His proportions are a little weird. He's technically kind of touching Ixen, so it's close enough. Alright, Raggar.
I'm going to move 1, 2 spaces down and 1 to the left. And I'm going to use a potion of healing as a bonus action.
Go ahead.
Again.
You can just roll 2d4 if you want and add 2.
Okay. And heal 5 health.
Woo! You got it.
And then I'm going to did I see my party members get hit? Do I know, would I know anyone's unconscious?
Yeah, you can see that they are, at this point, basically, like, unmoving, kind of frozen. Almost like ice is starting to crawl up their legs, and they are not making any reactions at all at this point.
Okay. I'd like to... Who's closest to me that I see that happening to?
Bink.
I'd like to use my action to cast Mage Hand, if you'll allow me to do it. Cast Mage Hand and take one of the rings of warmth that I have and take it over and slot it onto Bink's hand, like his ring finger, if I can.
Sure. Yeah, we'll definitely say that takes your action to do. Easy enough.
It does, because I used my bonus action to check the pot.
Yeah, easy enough. I mean, it's not going to do anything. He has to attune to it, but you can put it on him.
Oh, shit.
Here you go, guy. Forgot
There you
this.
go!
Just sitting there frozen.
Sure. Bink now has a unattuned ring of warmth.
Ay.
Yeah.
I guess, is it an action to call out?
Oh boy.
Like, is it an action for my character, to yell out to something?
You can. I'll give you like 3 words, but used an action and a bonus, so you're pretty much coming up on 6 seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna yell out, Adabra, we need help. As loud as I can.
Okay.
And I'm
Alright.
behind the pillar, almost dead. I mean, not that you guys know that, but...
All right. Fair enough. So
Yeah,
Ixen is next. I will make your saving throw for you. Noted. Aiden.
Ah, piss. Alright. Ah, boy. Before I even make my move, I'm just gonna go ahead and roll a d10 for second wind.
Mm-hmm.
I know for a fact I'm probably about to need it right now. Oh, good, a 2, thanks. So I'll regain 6 HP.
You got it.
Better than 5.
That puts me on. Well, I'm feeling great.
I'm feeling great!
Feeling great for now.
Great, baby!
But here we go. So I'm also going to go ahead and activate Action Surge on this turn.
Mm-hmm.
you can go ahead and put me like right next to that dragon.
Okay.
And I will roll to attack
Okie dokie.
as I attempt to keep my comrades from getting eaten over here. Jesus. Alright, here we go. That is a natural 20.
Oh,
Nice.
Alright.
right when we needed it.
That
So
will
on
hit.
top- no, it's a little late to say it, but can I also have one of my maneuvers on this attack?
Nope, you need to tell me before you roll.
Okay. I know that for this next attack then. So
Yep.
that is a natural 20 though. So that will be one-handed. D8 plus 5. Oh, what kind of damage is that? Look at it, 8 damage. Jesus. Alright.
Did that double your...
Yeah, that-
'cause
I
it was-
rolled 2d8s plus 5.
Oh,
It
okay,
was
it's
a 2 and a
2d8s.
1.
I gotcha. Okay, 8 damage. You got it.
Oh my god.
Dude.
That's ridiculous. So I
You
will
rolled
roll...
2 nat 1s.
No, I rolled a 2 and a
2
1.
and a 1.
Oh,
With my
God.
strength modifier doing most of the damage. I'm exhausted here, okay? Leave me alone. And I will use one of my maneuvers for menacing attack. And I will roll to attack again.
Mm-hmm.
As a 14, I don't think it's gonna hit.
Nope. You take your second attack at it, and it just kind of bounces off the armoring of his leg as he looks at you.
Oh my gosh. I hate my life. Hate my life. Hate my life. Hate it. Hate it. Should have just rolled it on the nat 20. Hate it.
Anything else, sir?
No. I'm kind of screwed here.
All right. That will bring us to Bink. I will make your saving throw. Noted. Which will now bring us to the dragon, who
Good.
is quite perturbed, but he's going to look at you, Aiden, and say, I really hate it when my food fights back. And he's going to attack you. He's
course
going to
he is.
reach in with his head and try and bite you. That is a 22 to hit.
That hits, yes. Really quick, before you roll, actually, you know what, you can roll the damage. I'm just looking at my maneuvers again.
Yeah, you will take 14, 18 points of piercing damage.
I will activate my maneuver for parry, so on a reaction. That counts as a melee attack, I'm guessing, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So I will roll a superiority die, as well as add +4 from dexterity modifier to reduce incoming damage.
Okay.
So that is a D8. Oh, what a wow, a 1. Yeah,
All right. So, you
great.
take,
So it'll be a reduction of 5 damage.
so 17 points. No, 14 piercing instead. And an additional 4 points of cold damage.
So 2 with the Ring of Warmth.
Yep.
Okay.
Then he is going to make a claw attack against you. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That will be 13 points of slashing damage. Are you still conscious?
Yep, I'm still here.
Cool. One more claw attack.
Oh boy.
19 to hit.
Oh my god, you were landing on my armor class. I hate it when he lands on my armor class. It's like, oh, that's just like a slap to the face.
That will be 12 additional slashing damage to you, sir. At which
still
point, quite perturbed, you hear him groan and say, "You're not worth it." And you watch as he turns to take this final orc. You will get one attack of opportunity against him.
Okay. I guess.
If you're still conscious.
Yeah, I'm still conscious. Barely, but still conscious. out of just the fight in this soldier, he's gonna I'll just take that attack opportunity. Let me just say a little goodbye, I guess. Does a 25 hit?
Yes.
Yay.
Barely. No, I'm just kidding.
No, my god.
That would
You
be
just
rough.
grazed him. 7 damage.
Cool. You watch as this dragon picks up the last orc sitting there, and flies away, or begins flying away. He has made it 80 feet from where he was previously.
Great, I did my job. I kept my friends from getting eaten. Hooray! Now at this point, since he flies away, Aiden's going to suddenly hit with another wave of exhaustion. And am I okay to roll a Constitution saving throw, Chris?
For what? To see if you remain standing?
Yes, before either that or he goes on, he just flops to the floor unconscious. I think I say it because
No.
he's exhausted and he is looking really bad.
No. I mean, as long as you have health, we can say that you pretty much ended up on the ground now. You're not feeling so well.
I'm fucking.
But I will finish out this round of initiative for the sake of saving throws and things of that nature. So Valeria, if there's anything you'd like to try, he is now 110 feet from you.
Where is everybody?
So your two unconscious friends, Ixen and Bink, are directly in front of you, about 25 and 30 feet. At about 40 feet ahead of you is Aiden, and Raggar's to the left of you, about 30 feet.
Alright, seeing that this is, a very interesting situation, I am going to I can run. I'm gonna run to the front and try to, stabilize our friend in front of me.
Bink, the closest one?
Whoever's closest, I think?
Yeah. Yep.
We'll go for that first. And see how that works.
So what are you doing to stabilize? Just rolling a medicine check on him?
I do not have a potion or anything, so yeah, that's
Oh fuck.
I got.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Oh shit.
I am going to use the Clockwork Amulet to make sure it's a 10 at least.
You got it. And then do you have...
That'll be a 12.
I was about to say, do you have any modifier? Because if so...
Have 2.
Okay.
That'll be a 12.
Alright, so we will say, for your sake, that was a save. Alright. Anything else?
That's all I can really do.
Alright. Raggar.
Yeah, so I'm gonna dash up to Ixen, and like when I say dash, I'm gonna run up to Ixen.
It'll take 50 to get there, but you do have your
My
your
feline
dash,
agility.
feline
I can run
agility.
60.
Yep, you're good.
Yep. So I use feline agility to get up to him, and I use a bonus action to pour another potion of healing, which just seemed to be draining from my inventory, into Ixen's mouth.
Yep.
At the same time, I like to take a perception check on the dragon as it's flying away.
Okay.
Try and see if I can learn something about it.
Is there something particular you're looking for?
Its weaknesses. If I can tell anything from our interaction, that might be useful.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll your healing for Ixen and a perception check.
Oh, that's true. I probably should have been able to see this, but did thunder damage do anything to it when I attacked it?
It did some damage, but nothing beyond what you would normally expect.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's
Sorry,
all I
need to
needed.
subtract a potion of healing. Oh shit. I need to add one more pack. Whatever, I'll do it afterwards. You said perception?
Yep.
I rolled 11.
Okay, from what you can see, he looks to be a pretty mighty beast. And from the way the battle ensued, you didn't really glean anything that you think would give you an upper hand at the moment. And then yeah, just roll your health pot. Your 2d2 plus 2 for Ixen. We'll see where he's at.
It's 2d4s.
Oh yeah, 2d4, sorry.
It is 5 plus, I guess, what, his constitution modifier? Or is it mine?
No, it's just
the
2d4
number of
plus 2.
dice.
Yeah, it's just
Okay,
2d4
so
plus 2.
7. So 7.
You got it. So, Ixen, you get to heal 7. Coming back to consciousness, you can consider yourself prone for the moment. Restrained, because you need to break out of the ice. But I will give you a turn if there's something that you would like to try right this moment, because you are the end of initiative.
Other than just breaking out of the ice? Not really.
Okay, cool. Then you'll just do that when you can. So, for the sake of this, we will go ahead and break from initiative order. You have 1 minute to get to Bink, or I will make another save for him.
I'm gonna make another save. Well,
You want to try another
Maybe
medicine
not.
check?
yeah, actually, I'll try.
How close? Wait, no, hang on. How close am I to Bink?
To actually get to him, take you about 15 feet. So Valeria is touching him, so she will get first chance if there's something she'd like to
Okay.
do.
Okay.
I'm actually, given that, I'm gonna look for. I know my friends are better at the medicine part, so I'm going to look for any lasting effects of a magical nature, or something that I'd have to specifically worry about.
All right then.
Okay, you can go ahead and make an Arcana check.
In that case, then Aiden's going to force himself to at least get to his feet and limp to Bink before stuffing a fucking potion of.
Wait, you have disadvantage, dude.
Not for potions, that's what he said.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
I
just a
like that.
potion.
For
15
potions?
for the Arcana check.
Yeah, he does have a potion. Okay, so gathering what you can, given some knowledge, seeing what happened to your friends, and inspecting them to the best of your abilities, you don't see anything lasting beyond the fact that they were partially frozen. That's about it. I mean, it's a nature-related freezing. It wasn't necessarily magical beyond the fact that he created it out of his body.
Cool.
Okay.
Bink, go ahead and replenish 5 HP.
All right.
Cool.
And at this,
That was fun.
Cryovane has made it another 160 feet away. Pretty sure he's out of range of all of you. But I will let Raggar and Valeria make a perception check, and Ixen make a perception check for me.
In the meantime, Aiden's gonna fucking collapse on the floor and just
So
lay
I
there for a
didn't
while.
have to roll to break out of the ice, or
25.
No, you're working your way out of it now. I won't make you roll for it. It
I
was
got
just
8, so.
okay. Yeah, if
Raggar
you wanted to
did
do
good
something
job.
as a turn, I'd make you break out, but now I'm not worried about it. Okay, so 25, 8, and 12. Raggar, you can see that Cryovane is currently headed kind of northeast of Fandalen, flying at a high rate of speed and getting higher, but that is the direction that he is going right now.
Okay.
You can just put that in the back of your mind.
Yep. Got it.
All right.
We.
So, beyond that, we'll give you guys a few minutes here to figure out what you want to do, and then we'll probably close it up with the end of the day here. So,
That makes sense.
Aiden's
So
just
do you
laying there on the ground.
understand now why I'm trying to fortify the town? Wait, I know you know, but we need to get on this. We're not gonna be able to fight that alone. We need
Oh.
reinforcements.
We need help from other towns.
No response from Aiden as he's laying there on the fucking ground.
Go see if Aiden is alive. Larry kind of walks over, looks at him inquisitively.
You can tell that he's He's alive.
After
But, if you were to spit on him, you'd probably just fucking go unconscious.
after I'm out of the ice, I'll walk over to Raggar.
Mhm.
So much for making friends.
You mean making friends?
I was trying to be friendly with that dragon, but
And I was
You don't
trying to
want
get it to leave. I wasn't trying to fight it. I'm not the one who drew my weapon initially.
neither am I. You have the gnome to thank for that one.
Looks at Bink.
I huddle in a ball. Trying
Ha
to
ha ha. Laughing aside, I'm pissed.
Yeah, that's
So Raggar is not having it.
thanks for getting me out of there.
Yeah. Well, that's one more potion down. I don't have much left.
I'm gonna go ahead and give Raggar my greater potion of healing.
You keep it. As I like kind of like put my hand up, like I still have some, but I don't know what you have, so just keep it in case time arises.
Oh, okay.
Valeria pokes Aiden. You alright there?
I'm gonna while this
Breathing.
altercation's going on, I'm gonna storm off to the townmaster Harvin.
Still breathing.
Sure.
Yeah. By the way, do you have a twin? As Aiden just looks up at Valeria, only seeing like, just you know, in those cartoons where if you got knocked the hell up inside the head, you just see,
Double.
yeah, yeah, that's him right now.
Not unless I'm trying to.
Oh, okay, it is just me then.
I would think so.
At that point, Aiden's just trying to press his arms into the ground with what remaining strength he has left to at least get himself onto his knees at the very least. Only to just plop back into the dirt. He is not okay at all.
So at this point, you guys are coming up on probably looking at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Did I hear Raggar say asking for help from Dabra, or was I already knocked out before then?
I'm pretty sure it was before that because he used his reaction. So yeah, you heard him yell it.
That's fine.
I'm just putting that on my list for the next time. 'Cause I'm assuming we're going to it real quick, but I'm gonna go see why she didn't show up.
Because she rolled a nat 1 on perception.
Oh.
Oh!
That makes more sense.
That'll do it. That'll do
You know.
it.
Just saying. You can go check with her though.
So I'm separate from the group at this point. Again, not trying to make that a habit, Chris. Just so you know.
Yeah, you're good.
Level 20 paladin.
But my character's like pissed, and I'm on a mission.
I was debating doing the very dangerous and attempting to use my bag. And then he flew away, and I was like, oh shit. Okay.
Oh, you wanted the use of the back. Oh, fuck.
I think he's a
It would
little
have been
big.
very risky, but if he hadn't gone away, you guys would have probably started dying. So
I was so angry when my second roll didn't hit, because if it did hit, you would have had to roll a wisdom save, and if I somehow managed to frighten the dragon with that, that'd have been fucking hilarious.
yeah. To make things a little easier, Valeria is going to cast Encode Thoughts and think of a happy memory and just kind of set that ethereal stream into into our fighter's hand. Oop, accidentally rolled a dice.
That's okay. You got it. All right.
Something nicer than what he's dealing with right now.
So we'll say is
Were you reading thoughts or something, or are you just?
no, she's
I use
adjusting
my
her
own
own.
thoughts.
Oh, okay.
Adjusting her own thoughts. So we'll say as you guys are conversing, encoding your thoughts, breaking free of ice, getting things together. Raggar, it's a pretty short walk, maybe 5-10 minutes, but you have arrived at the townmaster's hall.
I'm gonna bang on the door loudly.
You hear from inside, "Know that if you're a dragon, I'm far too thin and bony to make a good meal."
And then I'm gonna reply, "Dragons are at our front door. We need help now.
And you just
You
hear,
need to
"Oh,
man up and help us. Or let somebody take your position."
I'll alert the guard immediately."
Alerting the guard, we almost died defending the town. I need help.
Well, there's not much I can give you. I mean, we have a guard. That's about it. We don't have much in this town. I mean, you guys are more than we've had before. I mean, we're lucky to have you.
Well, then give me everything you have to help me reinforce the town.
Well, I'll certainly do my best. I've requested
Not your best,
from...
that doesn't work. I need everything you have to reinforce this town.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
That's like intimidation, to be honest.
Yeah, or well, it would be intimidation if it was more physical.
15.
But he's shouting through a door, and you only get so much intention through that.
Fair enough.
Okay. He says, "Well, I'll talk to Lord Neverwinter. Yes, anything we can spare, I will certainly make sure that it's put towards our defenses immediately."
And who's running the defenses?
He's like, "Well, at the moment you are. So I've been told."
Well, then they report to me.
Certainly, I will let them know. Where can we find you?
At Toblin's Inn.
Okay, I will send them there. Absolutely.
Okay. I back off and try to return to the party, I guess.
Yep. So you start heading back down that way. What are you guys doing? Are you hanging out just south of Fandalin's entrance right now?
So,
I'm actually pissed out of character.
Yeah.
I
out of character real quick. So I have one of fucking hilarious thoughts in Aiden's hand right now. Is that what I'm understanding from this?
Yes.
Interesting.
It's kind of an ethereal thread that can be tapped into.
At this point,
I found interesting spells.
I can tell. So as Aiden finally manages to at least get to his knees and look at what exactly it is in his hand, he's going to look up at Valeria's. What exactly did you put in my hand?
It'll make you feel better for a little while. Just take it and shut up. I don't think of being kind often.
Interesting. Before he, how exactly would I take this?
It's just kind of there. It's kind of wispy. Your hand can pass through it, but you can kind of hold it.
Aiden's going to look and just do explain what exactly this is. If it's going to make me so happy.
It'll take your mind off of current things. Do what you will with it.
I'm going to assume this is a gift from you to me.
Whatever you like. Anyway, I have other things to do than to babysit the delirious.
Hardly delirious anymore. I'm battered, certainly, but...
Am I like back yet to the group?
Just about. We're gonna end when you get back to him. So I'm just
Okay.
gonna give any parting thoughts to Bink or Ixon at this point.
Yeah.
Just
at the moment, Aiden, he'll
getting
just
up,
look at the
recovering.
wisp in his hand.
I'm all good. My guy's just gonna curl up in a corner.
Alright. Then we will call it there as Raggar is returning to his group that just did their best to stave off a dragon attack, taking quite a bit of unexpected damage and doing their best to reheal, regather themselves after this onslaught. Aiden being handed a wispy memory of some sort, or a thought. And we'll delve into that a little bit more next time. So that'll be it. I will be
I
right
was
back.
quite surprised by that.
Alright, guys. That is it. No call it for the stream there. Had a good time, got a lot done, had some fights, had some big moments, had some tension, had some feelings thrown around. So hope you liked it. Thanks for hanging out. Look for session 5 next Saturday. Hope to see you here, and hopefully we'll have this up on YouTube soon. So hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Enjoy your week, and we'll see you next time on the Beaker Show.